Your focus is the health and well-being of your animals. Manufacturing safe and effective ingredients that help your animals thrive is APC's #1 priority.
Hello, my name is Jerry Frankel, President and CEO of APC. As the world's largest manufacturer of spray-dried red cells and plasma functional proteins, we take our industry leadership role seriously. Our commitment to biosafety includes significant investments in our manufacturing process. We collaborate with leading biosafety experts. We use validated multiple hurdle technologies that help us to provide the industries we serve with safe, pure beef and pure pork blood-derived products.
To understand how red cells and plasma are made, you first must understand the scale of livestock production and that the collection of blood is a crucial part of the global meat industry. APC only collects blood from officially inspected 100% single-species meat harvesting facilities, either pure beef or pure pork. As an example, in the United States, the average large-scale pork processing facility will process 15,000 hogs per day, while beef processing facilities will process 4,000 cattle per day. These meat harvesting facilities are officially inspected by the government authority responsible in each country and must comply with strict requirements to ensure a safe food supply, and that includes only using blood from healthy animals harvested for meat. Let's review the blood and plasma production process and biosafety steps in place at APC's manufacturing facilities. APC sources animal blood from officially inspected pure pork or pure beef facilities that is hygienically collected from healthy animals during the production of either beef or pork meat destined for human consumption. Blood or plasma is collected and prepared for further processing. The process starts in our dedicated processing room, where the collected blood arrives via enclosed stainless steel pipes. APC's process is very similar to how the dairy industry collects milk. Blood or plasma enters a fully closed system where it passes through our filters, may be centrifuged to separate the blood fractions, is then chilled and held in our insulated stainless steel tanks for pickup by APC. The raw material is then transported in species-specific tankers to an APC production site for unloading and processing. Blood is spun at high speeds through a centrifuge, separating the plasma and red blood cells. APC technicians carefully monitor our computer-controlled systems throughout the process. At designated manufacturing facilities, pre-separated plasma is treated with ultraviolet photopurification, which is very similar to pasteurization commonly used in food production. The liquid plasma is then pumped into our spray dryer. In the spray dryer, excess water quickly evaporates and the liquid plasma is transformed into powder. The product is spray dried to a minimum 80 degrees Celsius throughout substance. The bulk powder is precisely measured and packaged in only brand new totes or 25 kg bags and placed on new pallets. Porcine plasma is then stored in environmentally controlled warehouses at 20 degrees Celsius for 14 days. The final step is quality testing products internally and through third-party verification prior to the product being released to our customers for use in animal diets. These multiple independent processing and safety steps all work together to ensure APC manufactures safe products for use in animal diets worldwide.
You can count on APC and our unwavering commitment to research, continuous investments in new technologies, and validated processing steps to ensure the safety of our ingredients. The APC team is here to help your business and animals thrive.
Swadika, Xin chào, good morning. My name is Rose Chitanwat. I'm going to be the moderator of the session today. Welcome to the Innovative Solutions and Technologies for Swine Production for the 2022 Swine Days by Informa Markets. So today we have got the various speakers who are expert in the swine industry. So today with me, we are going to have the session by the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, which is going to focus on the Department of Livestock Development to share with us on the Vietnam pig outlook. And also, as you see the video earlier, it is about the APC, the international companies that is producing the but plasma to replace some of the feed additive feed ingredients in that industry. So before I'm going to lead you to the first session from the livestock production department by MARD in Vietnam, I would like to introduce a bit about our Lucky Draw program, which is going to be the book by Dr. Henry Tu, which is the speaker yesterday. To win the book, we will have the lucky draw for 15 books giving away to all of to the participants who has win the lucky draw today. Our team will inform you if you are part of that lucky draw. But please do the survey that we have sent to you at the end of the session. Right now, it's time for us to begin to start what is happening in Vietnam. And we have the Director of Department of Livestock Development from Vietnam under the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. He is with me here. May I pass the microphone to Mr. Yuan Tat Chang. He is the Director General of the Livestock Production Department, MARD. Please.
Vâng, xin kính chào tất cả quý vị tham dự buổi hội thảo hôm nay ạ. Nhân dịp đầu xuân năm mới Nhâm Dần 2022, xin phép được thay mặt cho Cục Chăn nuôi xin gửi tới chúc mừng năm mới tới tất cả quý vị tham dự và chúc một năm mới an lành, hạnh phúc và nhiều thành công. Kính thưa quý vị tham dự hội thảo, nông nghiệp nói chung và chăn nuôi nói riêng vẫn đang là một ngành nhận được sự quan tâm lớn của chính phủ Việt Nam. Các chính sách, pháp luật và chỉ đạo thực hiện liên quan đến nông nghiệp, nông dân và nông thôn, đặc biệt là ngành chăn nuôi gần đây đã chứng minh được điều đó. Ngành chăn nuôi đã và đang góp phần quan trọng vào an ninh dinh dưỡng quốc gia, tạo sinh kế cho gần 10 triệu hộ gia đình trên cả nước, với đóng góp 25,2% vào GDP nông nghiệp. Trong những năm qua, ngành chăn nuôi đã có những kết quả đạt được. Đó là ngành chăn nuôi đã nâng cao sức sản xuất, hội nhập mạnh với khu vực quốc tế. Năm 2021, Việt Nam có tổng đàn lợn đạt khoảng 28,1 triệu con, đứng đầu khu vực Đông Nam Á, thứ 2 châu Á và thứ 6 thế giới. Đàn gia cầm xấp xỉ 530 triệu con, đứng thứ 10 châu Á, thứ 31 thế giới. Đàn trâu 2,3 triệu con. Đàn bò 6,5 triệu con, trong đó bò sữa khoảng 357.000 con. Đàn dê cừu khoảng 2,8 triệu con. Chăn nuôi Việt Nam phát triển với tốc độ tương đối cao, góp phần quan trọng duy trì tốc độ tăng trưởng của ngành nông nghiệp. Sản xuất con giống và sản xuất thức ăn công nghiệp luôn được các doanh nghiệp và người chăn nuôi quan tâm. Phần lớn các giống vật nuôi năng suất cao trên thế giới đã được chăn nuôi tại Việt Nam. Do vậy, năng suất chăn nuôi tùy loài vật nuôi đã tăng lên 10 đến 20% trong 10 năm qua. Trong giai đoạn 2010-2021, sản lượng thịt các loại tăng 1,7 lần, từ 4 triệu tấn lên 6,7 triệu tấn. Trứng tăng 2,7 lần, từ 6,4 tỷ quả lên 17,6 tỷ quả. Sữa tươi tăng 4 lần, từ 0,3 triệu tấn lên 1,2 triệu tấn. Thức ăn chăn nuôi công nghiệp tăng hơn 2 lần, từ 10,5 triệu tấn lên 21,5 triệu tấn. Sản phẩm chăn nuôi Việt Nam không những đáp ứng cho 100 triệu dân mà còn những sản phẩm được xuất khẩu sang các nước như thịt lợn choai, lợn sữa, thịt gia cầm, trứng muối, mật ong, tổ yến, tơ tằm, sữa và các sản phẩm từ sữa, vân vân, đem lại giá trị lớn cho nền kinh tế. Với chính sách mở cửa, Việt Nam đã tạo môi trường đầu tư và điều kiện thuận lợi cho nhiều tập đoàn, doanh nghiệp lớn trên thế giới tới đầu tư, như từ các nước Mỹ, châu Âu, Nhật Bản, Hàn Quốc, Thái Lan, Trung Quốc, vân vân, đến và đầu tư và phát triển kinh doanh chăn nuôi tại Việt Nam. Trong những năm gần đây, có thể nói rằng thể chế ngành chăn nuôi ngày càng được hoàn thiện và tạo nhiều điều kiện cho các thành phần kinh tế trong và ngoài nước đầu tư phát triển. Chúng ta đã có luật chăn nuôi đã được Quốc hội khóa 14 thông qua vào ngày 19 tháng 11 năm 2018, có hiệu lực từ ngày 1 tháng 1 năm 2020. Chính phủ đã ban hành 2 nghị định số 13, 14 hướng dẫn cũng như là nghị định xử phạt vi phạm hành chính trong luật chăn nuôi. Bộ đã ban hành 4 thông tư 20, 21, 22, 23 trong năm 2019. Cùng với đó, chúng ta có một chiến lược phát triển chăn nuôi giai đoạn 2021-2030 và tầm nhìn của 2045 cũng đã được Thủ tướng Chính phủ phê duyệt tại quyết định 1520. Song song bên cạnh đấy, chúng ta có một hệ thống quy chuẩn, tiêu chuẩn đang được hoàn thiện và liên tục. Đây có thể nói là một hệ thống văn bản quan trọng, là tiền đề, nền tảng có giá trị pháp lý để quản lý toàn diện, đồng bộ các hoạt động của ngành chăn nuôi theo chuỗi khép kín từ sản xuất đến chế biến và thị trường tiêu thụ sản phẩm, tạo điều kiện để chăn nuôi Việt Nam phát triển và hội nhập quốc tế. Ngành chăn nuôi đang chuyển dịch mạnh cơ cấu và quy mô, góp phần chuyển đổi cơ cấu kinh tế nông nghiệp nông thôn. Chúng ta phải khẳng định rằng dư địa của ngành chăn nuôi vẫn đang còn rất lớn. Hệ sinh thái chăn nuôi bao gồm sản con giống, thức ăn chăn nuôi, cơ sở chăn nuôi gồm trang trại và nông hộ, giết mổ, chế biến, thương mại sản phẩm đang hình thành và phát triển sang một giai đoạn mới với sức mạnh liệt hơn thông qua đổi mới và phát triển các hình thức liên kết, tổ chức sản xuất trong nước. Về chăn nuôi, thu nhập của người dân không ngừng được cải thiện. Ngày càng có nhiều doanh nghiệp lớn của Việt Nam như tập đoàn TH, Masan, Dabaco, Hùng Nhơn, Tân Long, Trường Hải, Hòa Phát, Mavin, vân vân, và nhiều doanh nghiệp nước ngoài như CP, The Hut, Jaffa, Cargill, CJ, New Hope, vân vân đã đầu tư và phát triển chăn nuôi, sản xuất chăn nuôi, thức ăn chăn nuôi con giống, chế biến sản phẩm chăn nuôi. Trong đó có nhiều doanh nghiệp định hướng theo mô hình chuỗi khép kín từ trang trại đến bàn ăn. Phải nói rằng trong một giai đoạn hơn 30 năm qua, cùng sự đổi mới của Đảng, sự phát triển của ngành nông nghiệp nói chung, trong đó ngành chăn nuôi có những bước tiến vượt bậc. Chúng ta tiến từ thiếu thực phẩm đến nơi chúng ta cơ bản đáp ứng được thực phẩm cho 100 triệu dân trong nước. Bên cạnh những phát triển ấy, những thành tựu của ngành trong thời gian vừa qua cũng có những tồn tại khó khăn, như thứ nhất đó là tổ chức sản xuất thiếu tính liên kết giữa sản xuất với thị trường, quản trị trong sản xuất còn yếu. Nguyên nhân chúng ta nhận thấy chăn nuôi nông hộ vẫn còn chiếm đa số, năng suất nhìn chung khá thấp, đặc biệt là khu vực nông hộ và trang trại nhỏ. Tính đến năm 2021, cả nước chỉ mới có 1.100 liên kết chăn nuôi, tổ hợp tác, nhóm hộ và hợp tác xã. Trong đó chỉ có 5% số chuỗi liên kết áp dụng các giải pháp truy xuất nguồn gốc. Liên kết chuỗi có lòng lèo, dễ đổ vỡ khi có biến động dịch bệnh vào thị trường. Ngành chăn nuôi còn phụ thuộc lớn vào nhập khẩu, đặc biệt là nguyên liệu thức ăn chăn nuôi. Ví dụ năm 2021 nhập khẩu trên 19 triệu tấn nguyên liệu thức ăn. Việt Nam chúng ta sẽ chủ động được con giống mà hàng năm vẫn phải nhập khẩu giống từ nước ngoài. Về hoạt động giết mổ, chế biến sản phẩm chăn nuôi còn yếu, kiểm soát dịch bệnh, an toàn thực phẩm còn chưa tốt. Sản phẩm chăn nuôi Việt Nam cạnh tranh trên thị trường trong nước và quốc tế chưa cao. Về chăn nuôi chưa đảm bảo an toàn sinh học, công tác kiểm soát dịch bệnh, an toàn thực phẩm và môi trường còn nhiều khó khăn, nhất là khu vực chăn nuôi nông hộ. Dịch bệnh vẫn liên tục đe dọa sự phát triển bền vững của ngành chăn nuôi, đặc biệt dịch bệnh nguy hiểm như cúm gia cầm, lở móng bóng, tai xanh, dịch tả lợn châu Phi, viêm da nổi cục. Tuy vậy, trong những bối cảnh mới, thách thức mới, ngành chăn nuôi đang và sẽ phải thay đổi để thích nghi và phát triển trong bối cảnh mới. Thách thức với 4 vấn đề như sau. Vấn đề thứ nhất là toàn cầu hóa về thị trường, xen lẫn với các hình thức bảo hộ sản xuất và chiến tranh thương mại tác động lớn các chuỗi cung ứng. Cạnh tranh sản phẩm chăn nuôi ngày càng diễn ra căng thẳng khi Việt Nam là thành viên đối tác tham gia với 7 hiệp định thương mại tự do khu vực và thế giới, trong đó hiệp định thế hệ mới CP, TPP, EVFTA v.v. yêu cầu sản phẩm chăn nuôi ngày càng phải ngon hơn, an toàn thực phẩm phải cao hơn, giá thành sản xuất phải rẻ hơn, mới tạo được sự lợi thế trong cạnh tranh. Vấn đề thứ hai đó là biến đổi khí hậu, làm gia tăng các loại hình khí hậu cực đoan, ô nhiễm môi trường và cạn kiệt tài nguyên thiên nhiên là những vấn đề mà phải quan tâm đối phó. Đi cùng với ô nhiễm từ chăn nuôi sẽ tăng khi chăn nuôi ở các quy mô lớn nhưng yếu kém trong kiểm soát chất thải. Việt Nam là quốc gia được dự báo là một trong nước bị ảnh hưởng lớn nhất của quá trình biến đổi khí hậu. Các hiện tượng thời tiết cực đoan, bão, lũ lụt, giông lốc, lở đất sẽ xảy ra và tác động đến các hoạt động của chăn nuôi. Vấn đề thứ ba đó là dịch bệnh truyền nhiễm nguy hiểm trên người như Covid và dịch bệnh trên động vật như dịch tả lợn châu Phi, lở móng bóng đã và đang diễn biến khá phức tạp, khó lường, tác động rất lớn đến chuỗi cung ứng trong nước cũng như toàn cầu, làm phát sinh những biến động lớn về thị trường. Ngoài ra, khi chăn nuôi càng thâm canh, mật độ cao, nếu yếu tố an toàn sinh học không được đảm bảo sẽ làm phát sinh các loại dịch bệnh, tình trạng kháng sinh trên vật nuôi và cả con người sẽ gia tăng. Vấn đề tư đó là cách mạng khoa học công nghệ 4.0 đã tạo ra những đột phá trong quản lý, quản trị và sản xuất với xu hướng số hóa, chuyển đổi số gắn với chăn nuôi công nghệ cao, các mô hình nông nghiệp thông minh, nông nghiệp tuần hoàn, nông nghiệp số sẽ phát triển mạnh. Nếu ngành chăn nuôi Việt Nam không đổi mới, sáng tạo và bắt kịp những xu hướng phát triển thì không thể phát triển và cạnh tranh trên thị trường quốc tế. Bên cạnh đấy thì khuyến cáo của chính phủ Việt Nam trong ngành chăn nuôi phát triển có mấy khuyến cáo như sau. Nhất, chính phủ khuyến khích các doanh nghiệp chăn nuôi trong và ngoài nước phát triển theo mô hình chăn nuôi theo chuỗi giá trị, từ giống vật nuôi, thức ăn chăn nuôi, tổ chức sản xuất, giết mổ và chế biến, phân phối các thị trường trong nước và quốc tế. Khuyến khích các doanh nghiệp đầu tư sản xuất công nghệ sản xuất thức ăn chăn nuôi bổ sung như axit amin, khoáng, thảo dược, chế phẩm sinh học, v.v. Thức ăn giàu protein, giảm bớt phụ thuộc vào quốc tế. Doanh nghiệp và người chăn nuôi đổi mới quy trình đầu tư công nghệ chăn nuôi, tăng cường chăn nuôi an toàn sinh học, an toàn thực phẩm, phúc lợi động vật, tối ưu hóa sử dụng tài nguyên nhằm giảm chi phí sản xuất, phát triển các mô hình chăn nuôi hữu cơ, chăn nuôi tuần hoàn. Doanh nghiệp và người chăn nuôi phải thay đổi thích ứng với tác động ngày càng lớn của biến đổi khí hậu, tập trung kiểm soát dịch bệnh truyền nhiễm, tối ưu hóa quy trình sản xuất, bảo vệ môi trường, tăng cường chuyển đổi số trong ngành chăn nuôi, ứng dụng công nghệ tiên tiến, đảm bảo truy xuất nguồn gốc sản phẩm, phát triển trên cơ sở sản xuất với thị trường tiêu thụ sản phẩm chăn nuôi. Đây là một lĩnh vực được chính phủ Việt Nam chỉ đạo, trong đó ngành nông nghiệp ưu tiên chuyển đổi số là chăn nuôi và trồng trọt. Đây có thể là một bước ngoặt để tạo nên sự chuyên nghiệp, công nghiệp hóa, hiện đại hóa trong phát triển chăn nuôi trong thời gian tới. Kính thưa quý vị, hướng tới Livestock 2022, thay mặt Cục Chăn nuôi, Bộ Nông nghiệp và Phát triển nông thôn, tôi xin gửi lời chúc mừng năm mới may mắn, bình an, hạnh phúc và thành công từ cộng đồng doanh nghiệp, các chuyên gia, các nhà khoa học, người chăn nuôi và toàn thể quý vị tham dự cuộc hội thảo hôm nay. Xin phép thay mặt cho Cục Chăn nuôi trân trọng cảm ơn tất cả quý vị đã chú ý lắng nghe. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn.
Cảm ơn. Thank you very much, Mr. Tang. So in summary, I would like to tell all the audience, if you haven't reached to the interpretation in English, you can go to the bottom of your screen, interpretation, and you select English. Thank you for my interpreter, Miss Chao Win. She is doing translation in English for us for today's session. So in summary, Dr. Tang has mentioned about the Vietnam is willing to integrate in the global standard new business model partnership. He also mentioned about a few things that livestock sector has been developed, and also government policy to move into digital transformation, doing more biosecurity, encourage the farmers to use the digital transformation, change mindset, and being innovative in doing the farm production. And he encouraged that farmers should avoid using antibiotic and look for the choice of like bio-based, herbal, and the ingredients that not have the resistant effect into the animal. And also he is addressed about traceability, that Vietnam has the room to improve, and also getting to be like a lot of investor and a lot of business venture that Vietnam welcomes, such as CP, the Hearst, Jaffa. So from this, it is very clear that Vietnam is a strong country, is going to be in the global position in terms of the livestock production, since it contributes about 22.5% GDP in the country. Right now, we know that Vietnamese likes to consume pork, and we also in the era of how to battle with African swine fever. So I myself and the team would like to wish Vietnam and the rest of country that battle with ASF to recover from that soon. Right now, we are going to have our next speaker. He is the specialist from Department of Livestock Production, MARD, Dr. Vo Trong Trang. He is going to speak on Vietnam pig industry outlook. For anyone want to hear in English, you please click the interpretation on the bottom. If you have any question, please put your question in the Q&A. Mr. Tang and Dr. Vo will come to answer to you after his presentation. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Dr. Vo Trong Trang to speak on Vietnam pig industry outlook. Please.
Đầu tiên mở ra đánh trang này. Alo. Tôi xin gửi lời chào tới các quý vị đang theo dõi cái hội thảo hôm nay trực tiếp và trực tuyến. Thì sau đây tôi xin trình bày khái quát thực trạng, thách thức, cơ hội và định hướng phát triển ngành chăn nuôi lợn Việt Nam. Thì Cái bài trình bày của tôi sẽ gồm có 3 phần. Thứ nhất là khái quát cái thực trạng ngành chăn nuôi lợn. Thứ hai, đánh giá những khó khăn, thách thức, cơ hội của ngành chăn nuôi lợn. Và thứ ba là trao đổi về những định hướng phát triển ngành chăn nuôi lợn trong thời gian tới. Kính thưa quý vị, thì nói về ngành chăn nuôi lợn thì đầu tiên chúng ta quan tâm đến cái sự phát triển của tổng đàn lợn. Vậy thì chúng ta thấy rằng là trong 10 năm qua, cái đàn lợn của Việt Nam cũng có những cái biến động trong các cái giai đoạn. Như vậy thì từ năm 2011 đến năm 2021 thì chúng ta thấy rằng là có tăng trưởng 3,4%. Tuy nhiên hiện nay thì đàn lợn của chúng ta đạt 28 triệu, và cái giai đoạn mà chúng ta thấy rằng là trên đô thị nó thể hiện ra là năm 2019 là một cái năm mà chúng ta có cái sự sụt giảm nghiêm trọng của đàn lợn. Lúc này là dịch tả lợn châu Phi tấn công, và tổng đàn lợn của chúng ta lúc này vào khoảng 22 triệu con. Và như vậy thì rõ ràng là cái sự phát triển của chăn nuôi lợn chúng ta, cái tổng đàn chúng ta nó có cái sự biến động. Và năm 2016 là năm mà đỉnh cao, chúng ta đạt được 29 triệu con. Nhìn qua đây chúng ta thấy rằng ở giai đoạn từ 2011 đến 2015 là nó khá phát triển ổn định và tăng trưởng đến 2016, và chúng ta bị một cái bão giá năm 2017 đến đầu 2018. Sau đó lại bị sụt giảm mạnh bởi dịch tả lợn châu Phi, và sau đó thì do chính sách tái đàn lợn chúng ta đã tăng trưởng trở lại vào năm 2020, và đến năm 2021 thì đàn lợn của chúng ta đã hồi phục. Trên đồ thị chúng ta sẽ thấy rằng là cái sản lượng thịt lợn trong 10 năm qua, giai đoạn 2011 đến 2021, thì cái đường phía trên, đường màu xanh là thể hiện cái tổng sản lượng thịt hơi các loại, và cái đường màu đỏ là thể hiện cái sản lượng thịt lợn. Chúng ta thấy rằng từ năm 2011 đến năm 2021 là sản lượng thịt lợn của chúng ta cũng như sản lượng thịt hơi các loại chúng ta đều có sự tăng trưởng. Năm 2021 thì tổng sản lượng của chúng ta là 6,7 triệu tấn, trong đó thịt lợn chiếm 4,1 triệu tấn và chiếm 61%. Nếu mà so sánh với 2011 thì sản lượng thịt lợn hơi năm 2021 đã tăng 34,9%. Chăn nuôi lợn ở Việt Nam thì có cái sự phân bố giữa các cái vùng sinh thái nông nghiệp cũng không đồng đều. Tập trung vào cái vùng trung du miền núi phía Bắc là tổng đàn hiện nay là chiếm 26%, đồng bằng sông Hồng 21%, Bắc Trung Bộ và duyên hải miền Trung chiếm 20%, Đông Nam Bộ chiếm 16%, đồng bằng sông Cửu Long 9%, và Tây Nguyên là cái vùng mà chăn nuôi lợn có cái đàn lợn thấp nhất chiếm 8%. Tuy nhiên nếu mà xét về mức độ thâm canh của chăn nuôi lợn thì tập trung vào hai vùng, đó là đồng bằng sông Hồng và vùng Đông Nam Bộ. Đây là những cái nơi mà chăn nuôi năng suất cao và cái khối lượng giết mổ cũng là cao. Thì hiện nay thì chúng ta có 9 tỉnh có đàn lợn dao động trên 800.000 con trở lên. Trong đó lớn nhất là Đồng Nai, tiếp theo là Bình Phước, rồi đến Hà Nội, Thanh Hóa, Bình Định, Bắc Giang, Nghệ An, Đắk Lắk và Bình Dương. Thì cũng như là bài phát biểu lúc nãy của Cục trưởng Dương Tất Thắng, thì chúng ta cũng sẽ điểm lại những cái khó khăn, những cái thách thức và nhìn thấy những cơ hội gì. Thì những khó khăn thì chúng tôi tổng hợp như sau. Khó khăn thứ nhất đó là khó khăn trong kiểm soát dịch bệnh truyền nhiễm, đặc biệt là dịch tả lợn châu Phi. Khó khăn thứ hai chính là tổ chức sản xuất chăn nuôi theo chuỗi liên kết còn chiếm tỷ trọng thấp. Mối liên kết các khâu từ chăn nuôi, giết mổ, tiêu thụ sản phẩm còn lỏng lẻo và kém hiệu quả. Khó khăn thứ ba là công tác quản lý giống, và hiện nay thì công tác thanh tra, kiểm tra và sản xuất kinh doanh giống vật nuôi cũng còn nhiều hạn chế. Thứ tư đó là an toàn sinh học trong chăn nuôi nông hộ và giết mổ nhỏ lẻ còn yếu, dẫn đến lây lan dịch bệnh. Đây là những khó khăn nội tại trong ngành, và trong những thời gian tới thì ngành chăn nuôi cũng như là phối hợp với cơ quan quản lý nhà nước cùng với các doanh nghiệp, các cái bên liên quan sẽ phối hợp và có thể là giải quyết những khó khăn này. Và chúng ta hãy nhìn được cái thách thức của ngành chăn nuôi lợn trong thời gian tới. Thách thức hiện nay vẫn đó là bệnh truyền nhiễm và đặc biệt dịch tả châu Phi, chưa có vaccine. Và vì chưa có vaccine nên công tác phòng bệnh chủ yếu tập trung vào cái vấn đề an toàn dịch bệnh, an toàn sinh học. Và vẫn chăn nuôi nông hộ, chăn nuôi các cái quy mô nhỏ thì vẫn có nguy cơ cao là lây lan dịch tả bệnh châu Phi và phải tiêu hủy. Đó là một cái trong những cái thách thức rất lớn. Và khi mà dịch bệnh nổ ra, nó phát tán ra thì có sự biến động tổng đàn. Biến động tổng đàn lại dẫn đến một cái sự thiếu hụt đối với nguồn cung. Như vậy chúng ta phải làm thế nào để mà kiểm soát được cái dịch bệnh? Như vậy nó sẽ hạn chế được cái sự biến động của tổng đàn, biến động của nguồn cung và nó ổn định cái thị trường. Cái thách thức thứ hai đó là chi phí thức ăn chăn nuôi tăng cao. Thì như vậy thách thức này là năm 2021 là một trong những thách thức rất lớn, và chúng ta có thể quan sát cái đồ thị bên cạnh. Giá ngô đã tăng lên là từ 4.500 5.000 đã tăng lên đến 8.000, trên 8.000. Các nguyên liệu khác tăng 20 đến 35%. Đây cũng là một thách thức. Và nếu các cái giá nguyên liệu thức ăn không giảm xuống thì cái hiệu quả chăn nuôi lợn sẽ thấp và sẽ khó khăn cho ngành chăn nuôi. Thách thức thứ ba là cạnh tranh quốc tế. Thì như các quý vị biết là hiện nay Việt Nam đã mở cửa và hội nhập rất mạnh với quốc tế, và chúng ta đã ký 17 cái hiệp định thương mại. Trong đó có hai cái hiệp định thương mại thế hệ mới, đó là CPTPP và EVFTA. Cho nên là ngành chăn nuôi lợn trong nước cũng sẽ phải đối diện với, phải cạnh tranh với các cái nguồn thịt lợn nhập khẩu. Thách thức thứ tư đó chính là dịch bệnh Covid. Kính thưa quý vị, nếu dịch bệnh kéo dài, cái sức tiêu thụ giảm, trong khi các chuỗi cung ứng gặp khó khăn, chi phí chăn nuôi tăng, lợi nhuận người chăn nuôi lợn thì cũng có thể là thấp hoặc thua lỗ. Như vậy thì chúng ta cũng mong chờ rằng là dịch bệnh Covid có thể kiểm soát được, và dần dần chúng ta kiểm soát được để cho các hoạt động kinh tế trở lại bình thường. Vậy thì chúng ta sẽ nhìn sang những cơ hội cho ngành chăn nuôi lợn ở đâu. Khó khăn cũng nhiều, thách thức cũng nhiều. Vậy thì chúng ta hãy nhìn thấy cơ hội để chúng ta thấy rằng là các ánh sáng để chúng ta phát triển. Theo những cái dự báo thì chăn nuôi, các cái nguyên liệu thức ăn chăn nuôi sẽ giảm 10 đến 2% trong năm 2022 của các chuyên gia. Vậy thì nếu mà thứ nhất đó là cái cơ hội mở ra, đó là giá thức ăn chăn nuôi thế giới giảm, thì sản xuất lưu thông các chuỗi cung ứng thức ăn chăn nuôi từ Mỹ, Argentina, Brazil, Trung Quốc cũng sẽ được tối ưu và hồi phục. Như vậy thì cái chi phí chăn nuôi sẽ giảm và thúc đẩy ngành chăn nuôi lợn tiếp tục phát triển. Cái cơ hội thứ hai đó là khống chế được dịch Covid và tăng trưởng lại thị trường thịt lợn. Hiện nay ở Việt Nam đang áp dụng chiến lược thích ứng với các cái điều kiện Covid bằng cách tiêm phòng đồng loạt. Các hoạt động kinh tế Việt Nam đang được tăng cường và phát triển. Vậy như vậy thì rõ ràng cái sức tiêu thụ thịt lợn sẽ tăng trở lại trong nửa năm cuối năm 2022. Đây cũng là một trong những cơ hội. Thứ ba đó là kết nối mạnh với sản xuất, giữa sản xuất với thị trường. Thì hiện nay Cục Chăn nuôi, như các quý vị đã biết thì là trước đến giờ chúng ta cái việc mà gắn kết giữa sản xuất với thị trường đang lỏng lẻo, đang yếu, dẫn đến là cung và cầu là không gặp nhau. Đây là một nguyên nhân dẫn đến cái sự mất ổn định, thiếu bền vững của ngành chăn nuôi. Một trong những công cụ được hứa hẹn rằng nó sẽ góp phần gắn sản xuất với thị trường thông qua những cái số liệu thống kê sát với thực tiễn để phục vụ công tác chỉ đạo điều hành cũng như
giúp cho các doanh nghiệp chủ động trong việc lên kế hoạch sản xuất, đó chính là chuyển đổi số và liên kết theo chuỗi giá trị. Thì cái chiến lược này Cục Chăn nuôi đang kết nối nhanh, và Bộ Nông nghiệp đã giao cho Cục Chăn nuôi làm đơn vị tiên phong trong cái việc chuyển đổi số, và đây chính là một trong những cơ hội rất quan trọng để chúng ta có những cái bộ số liệu sát với thực tiễn, cũng như có những cái dự báo sát với xu hướng phát triển và thị trường, giúp cho các doanh nghiệp, giúp cho người chăn nuôi. Cái cơ hội thứ tư chính là vấn đề an toàn, kiểm soát an toàn sinh học và an toàn dịch bệnh. Kính thưa quý vị, với áp lực của dịch tả lợn châu Phi vừa qua thì rất nhiều người chăn nuôi, các trang trại, các nông hộ đã thay đổi cái nhận thức của mình, tăng cường an toàn sinh học hơn. Và đấy cũng chính là cái tiền đề để cho tạo nên một cái ngành chăn nuôi an toàn. Bộ Nông nghiệp đang xây dựng các cái vùng an toàn dịch bệnh. Đây cũng là cái tiền đề tốt cho phát triển ngành chăn nuôi nói chung và chăn nuôi lợn nói riêng. Thứ năm, cái cơ hội thứ năm chính là tái cơ cấu chăn nuôi. Kính thưa quý vị, là cái số lượng chăn nuôi nông hộ nhỏ lẻ ở Việt Nam đang giảm mạnh. Số lượng hộ trang trại chăn nuôi chuyên nghiệp quy mô lớn đang tăng, và thời gian tới chúng tôi nhận định rằng sẽ còn tăng mạnh. Như vậy rằng cái việc đầu tư chuyên nghiệp có bài bản, quản trị tốt sẽ giúp cho cái việc ngành chăn nuôi lợn phát triển. Cái thứ sáu, đó là liên kết chất sản xuất tiêu thụ sản phẩm. Kính thưa quý vị, thì là thách thức cũng chính là cơ hội. Biến nguy thành cơ. Sự tham gia của nhiều doanh nghiệp chăn nuôi quy mô lớn, các chuỗi liên kết sản xuất và tiêu thụ sẽ góp phần nâng cao năng suất, hạ giá thành chăn nuôi, đưa ra thị trường những sản phẩm chất lượng đáp ứng nhu cầu của thị trường và yêu cầu người tiêu dùng. Sau đây chúng ta sẽ trao đổi về cái định hướng phát triển của ngành chăn nuôi lợn Việt Nam. Kính thưa quý vị, là luật chăn nuôi đã mở ra một hành lang pháp lý để phát triển ngành chăn nuôi theo hướng khai thác lợi thế so sánh, an toàn thực phẩm, phúc lợi động vật, hội nhập quốc tế và bảo vệ môi trường. Luật chăn nuôi có nhiều cái điểm đổi mới, và đây chính là cái hành lang rất quan trọng cho sự phát triển của ngành chăn nuôi lợn nói riêng và ngành chăn nuôi nói chung. Chiến lược phát triển chăn nuôi giai đoạn 21-30, tầm nhìn 2045 tại quyết định 1/20 của Thủ tướng Chính phủ cũng đã vạch ra cái định hướng cho ngành chăn nuôi nói chung và chăn nuôi lợn nói riêng, phát triển theo hướng an toàn sinh học, an toàn thực phẩm, nâng cao giá trị gia tăng và phát triển bền vững. Vậy thì chăn nuôi lợn sẽ phát triển theo hướng như thế nào? Kính thưa quý vị, phát triển chăn nuôi lợn với các giống cao sản theo hướng trang trại công nghiệp, đây là một cái định hướng rất quan trọng. Mở rộng quy mô đàn lợn chăn nuôi theo hướng hữu cơ, truyền thống với các giống lợn bản địa, lợn lai với các giống cao sản và giống bản địa. Như vậy, ngoài cái việc phát triển các cái giống cao sản, chúng ta phát triển các cái giống lợn bản địa, các giống lợn lai. Chúng ta sẽ duy trì theo cái quyết định 1/20 thì tổng đàn lợn có mặt thường xuyên quy mô 29 đến 30 triệu con. Trong đó đàn lợn nái dao động khoảng 2,5 đến 2,8 triệu con. Và cái đàn lợn được nuôi trong các cái trang trại công nghiệp chiếm 7%. Về tổ chức chăn nuôi thì chúng ta sẽ theo hướng là chuyên môn hóa, hiện đại hóa và hiệu quả gắn với các chuỗi liên kết. Khuyến khích phát triển các cái doanh nghiệp, tập đoàn lớn đủ khả năng đầu tư vào ngành chăn nuôi theo chuỗi khép kín và hỗ trợ dẫn dắt người chăn nuôi sản xuất đáp ứng với nhu cầu thị trường. Chú trọng củng cố và phát triển mô hình hợp tác xã kiểu mới trong lĩnh vực chăn nuôi, làm cầu nối giữa các nông hộ, trang trại với các doanh nghiệp lớn và thị trường. Cùng với đó, chúng ta tiếp tục đổi mới tổ chức và phương thức hoạt động các hội, hiệp hội ngành hàng khuyến khích phát triển các hoạt động giết mổ tập trung. Đây là một khâu mà chúng ta đang thấy là rất yếu. Các cái trang trại tập trung cũng như là thì hoạt động chưa thực sự hiệu quả. Các cái cơ sở giết mổ nhỏ lẻ thì vẫn đang không đảm bảo an toàn sinh học. Vì vậy cho nên là cái biện pháp quản lý đối với công tác giết mổ cũng phải được xem xét. Chúng ta xây dựng và thực hiện cái chương trình đào tạo nâng cao năng lực quản lý cán bộ chăn nuôi thú y các cấp. Và đặc biệt là chúng ta phải tăng cường hợp tác quốc tế trong nghiên cứu khoa học, đào tạo và thương mại về chăn nuôi thú y với các cái nước và vùng lãnh thổ có tiềm năng khoa học công nghệ và thị trường với Việt Nam. Bài trình bày của chúng tôi thì là có nhiều điểm và khái quát từ đánh giá thực trạng, từ cơ hội, khó khăn, thách thức và cơ hội. Nhưng mà thông điệp cuối cùng chúng tôi muốn chia sẻ với quý vị đó chính là thứ nhất là ngành chăn nuôi lợn Việt Nam vẫn có nhiều cơ hội để đầu tư phát triển. Thông điệp thứ hai là đẩy mạnh áp dụng khoa học công nghệ và giảm chi phí sản xuất đang là yêu cầu rất cấp thiết hiện nay. Thông điệp thứ ba là mọi công nghệ đều hướng tới an toàn sinh học, an toàn thực phẩm, an toàn môi trường. Thông điệp thứ tư là chính phủ Việt Nam khuyến khích phát triển chuỗi liên kết, đầu tư công nghệ cao để sản xuất con giống, thức ăn chăn nuôi, giết mổ và chế biến sản phẩm chăn nuôi. Rất cảm ơn các quý vị đã lắng nghe cái bài trình bày. Xin cảm ơn.
Cảm ơn Dr. Võ. So right now,
xin cảm ơn phần trình bày vừa rồi ạ. Xin cảm ơn phần trình bày của tiến sĩ Võ Trọng Thành.
it's come to the Q&A session. I invite Ms. Chow to do the consecutive translation in order for me to get the question from you guys. So you can see that Mr. Tang and Dr. Võ, he is broadcasting from office in Hanoi. So I would appreciate if you have any question put in the Q&A box. So
vâng, bây giờ sẽ là phần hỏi đáp với các đại diện của Cục Chăn nuôi, Bộ Nông nghiệp và Phát triển Nông thôn. Thì ở phần này chúng ta sẽ thực hiện phiên dịch nối tiếp. Các anh chị cũng có thể thấy rằng chúng ta có ông Thắng và tiến sĩ Thành đang kết nối với chúng ta từ đầu cầu Hà Nội tại văn phòng của Cục. Thì các anh chị khán giả theo dõi chương trình có thể dùng cái nút Q&A để gửi câu hỏi, và chị Rose ở đây sẽ đọc câu hỏi cho Cục Chăn nuôi và tôi sẽ hỗ trợ phiên dịch nối tiếp.
It is my pleasure to hear the government policy on challenge on the control battling with disease, encourage for better biosecurity, develop food safety model, linked value chain, and use the sustainability approach in most of the farm. So there will be question coming in. I'm waiting for the question more and more, and then we'll go direct to question to Mr. Tang, our director from Department of Livestock Development, and Mr. Võ.
Dạ, trước hết thì tôi cũng cảm thấy rất là thú vị với hai phần trình bày vừa rồi. Chúng tôi được biết thêm nhiều về những cái tình hình hiện tại cũng như định hướng phát triển của ngành chăn nuôi lợn ở Việt Nam, và đặc biệt là tôi rất là vui mừng khi nghe nói đến những cái nỗ lực hướng đến an toàn sinh học, an toàn thực phẩm, thân thiện với môi trường hơn, cũng như là đầu tư vào việc ứng dụng công nghệ và số hóa để chúng ta nâng cao năng lực cạnh tranh và xây dựng những cái chuỗi liên kết tốt hơn để phục vụ thị trường và cũng như đảm bảo được cái công ăn việc làm của những người tham gia trong ngành chăn nuôi lợn ở Việt Nam. Dạ, thì các câu hỏi đang được gửi lên trong cái mục Q&A cũng như là chat box, và chúng tôi sẽ đọc những câu hỏi này cho các ngài đại diện từ Cục Chăn nuôi.
All right, Dr. Võ, I have the first question from our audience here. On your graph of the pig production, it says that in 2019, the production is quite stable, and 2021, it's a little bit increased. The question is, what makes the production stable in 2019 when you had ASF and also increase in 2021?
Vâng, có câu hỏi là trong cái slide hồi nãy của tiến sĩ Thành đó, thì chúng ta thấy rằng cái sản lượng thịt lợn ở cái giai đoạn 2019 á, là nó bắt đầu nó ổn định trở lại sau cái lần mà sau cái đợt mà bị giảm, xong rồi lại từ đó là tăng lên cho tới năm 2021. Vậy thì cái lý do nào và những gì đã được làm ở Việt Nam để có cái sự là chúng ta chặn được cái đà sụt giảm đó vào năm 2019 và bắt đầu tăng trở lại từ đó cho tới 2021 ạ? Dạ, bên văn phòng mình mở mic giùm em á, bên mình chưa mở mic ạ. Dạ, em cảm ơn.
Năm 2019 ấy, thì một cái năm có lẽ rằng là cái dịch tả lợn châu Phi vào Việt Nam nó làm cho ngành chăn nuôi lợn nói chung rất là phức tạp, gặp nhiều khó khăn. Đặc biệt là chúng ta biết cái bệnh dịch tả lợn châu Phi thì chưa có vaccine, bởi vậy cái vấn đề mà khi nó tiếp cận vào nền chăn nuôi lợn Việt Nam thì nó gây ảnh hưởng rất là nghiêm trọng, đặc biệt là với chính sách chỉ đạo quyết liệt của chính phủ, của nông nghiệp, của các địa phương trong các phòng chống dịch bệnh ban đầu với một cái quy mô rất là một cái ứng phó với cái dịch bệnh này nó cũng chưa có tiền lệ. Bởi vậy thì ban đầu chúng ta đã có những cái biện pháp xử lý rất quyết liệt và rõ ràng là chúng ta đã có những cái bước đi bền vững trong cái việc là ngăn chặn cái sự xâm nhập dịch tả lợn châu Phi trong năm 2019. Và cũng nói thật rằng là vì đây là cái dịch bệnh khi vào Việt Nam thì chúng ta đối với đàn lợn Việt Nam chưa hề có một tí miễn dịch nào, cộng đồng nào. Bởi vậy cho nên nó gây thiệt rất là lớn trên cái đàn lợn của Việt Nam trong năm 2019 và những tháng đầu năm của năm 2020. Đừng được tính ấy thì chính phủ Việt Nam đấy để cũng như là Bộ Nông nghiệp và đặc biệt các địa phương là chỉ đạo quyết liệt, trong đó chú trọng cái việc là phát triển chăn nuôi an toàn sinh học, ngăn chặn và các cái biện pháp chăn nuôi an toàn sinh học lợn đã được áp dụng trên cái tinh thần hết sức là rộng. Và đặc biệt là chúng ta thấy rằng là cuối năm 2020 thì cơ bản dịch tả lợn châu Phi đã được là khống chế trên diện rộng. Tuy nhiên đến hiện nay thì dịch tả lợn châu Phi vẫn đang còn diễn biến là ở ổ dịch nhỏ lẻ. Đấy. Và rõ ràng là khi mà chưa có vaccine thì chúng ta phải chăn nuôi an toàn sinh học là một biện pháp hữu hiệu nhất để chúng ta phát triển chăn nuôi lợn. Đừng được như ấy thì chỉ đạo của chính phủ, của Bộ Nông nghiệp cũng các địa phương thì chúng ta tập trung vào việc là giải pháp chăn nuôi an toàn sinh học để phục hồi đàn lợn. Thì có thể nói rằng là với sự chỉ đạo quyết liệt của chính phủ, của Bộ Nông nghiệp và các địa phương, người chăn nuôi, các doanh nghiệp thì chúng ta đã có một cái bước chạy đà tương đối tốt và thích ứng với tình hình dịch bệnh nói chung và đặc biệt là dịch tả lợn châu Phi trên đàn heo.
Vâng, yes, yeah, cảm ơn câu trả lời vừa rồi. So here's the answer from Dr. Tan. So as you all know that ASF hit Vietnam in 2019 and it caused a lot of severe impacts at that time, and it was an unprecedented crisis that happened to the swan industry in Vietnam at that time. However, I think first of all I would acknowledge the very quick and effective response from the central government. So the government Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development have immediately take actions. So they took a lot of quick and aggressive actions against ASF, and that has been cascaded down to the local authorities, the local agencies in charge of husbandry and livestock management. So I think we took many important steps which are sustainable and effective to stop the spread of ASF, even though we also suffer a lot of losses in our swan population. And so I would say that the worst only happened in the middle of 2019 itself, and toward the end of 2019 and beginning of 2020, things already started to look much better. And one of the key program that the government and the local authorities established and reinforced across farms of all sizes in Vietnam was biosecurity. So there was very timely and strong measures in biosecurities that have been applied immediately across the country to stop the spread of ASF. And so toward the end of 2020, pretty much is under control. We now only have reports of a few ASF cases in the small scale farms, and they are all isolated immediately to prevent the spread from further spreading out into the community. So pretty much right now, because there's no vaccine, so we do not have herd immunity yet. So biosecurity is still the number one priority. And I think to have the pigs population back to grow, like you've noticed, is because from the government to the local authorities and to the farmers themselves, people have been very alert and very adaptive to these new challenges. It's just like us human having to live with COVID, you know, for farmers and for pigs, we need to make sure they can live and stay safe with ASF still around. Thank you for the question.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Thang. The next question, Mr. Thang, the question is about the proportion of the small farmers and big farmers. The small farmers yet to be the industrial production yet. From the presentation and your word mentioned about you are working toward improving biosecurity and help to battle with the ASF. The question from the audience is, what is the policy and how MARD involved in making the small farmers survive and implement biosecurity or return to business again?
Dạ, có một câu hỏi nữa trong phần trình bày của tiến sĩ thì thấy rằng hiện nay cái tỷ lệ mà các hộ chăn nuôi nhỏ lẻ vẫn còn khá là lớn ở Việt Nam. Vậy thì cái chính sách của Bộ Nông nghiệp và Phát triển Nông thôn như thế nào để mà đảm bảo rằng các hộ chăn nuôi nhỏ lẻ này họ cũng biết những cái thực hành tốt để mà có thể xây dựng được cái an toàn sinh học cho các trang trại của mình, cũng như là để mà đảm bảo rằng họ có thể đảm bảo được cái kế sinh nhai và có cái khả năng, có cái năng lực tái đàn trở lại sau khi mà đã bị những cái ảnh hưởng nặng nề nếu mà trại của họ bị dính dịch ASF.
Về chính sách lớn của ngành chăn nuôi Việt Nam, chúng ta đã có một cái hệ thống văn bản pháp luật khá là đầy đủ, từ luật và 2 nghị định vào 50 tháng 4. Bên cạnh đó chúng ta có một chiến lược phát triển của chăn nuôi từ 2021, 2030 và tầm nhìn 2045 thì chúng ta có một chiến lược phát triển rất là đồng bộ của ngành chăn nuôi nói chung. Trong đó phải nói rằng nền chăn nuôi Việt Nam, cái tỷ lệ chăn nuôi nông hộ đang chiếm tỷ lệ khá cao, khoảng tầm từ 65 đến 70% là nông hộ, chiếm cái tỷ trọng rất lớn trong toàn bộ cái sản phẩm của ngành chăn nuôi. Đứng trước tình hình ấy thì chính phủ Việt Nam cũng như Bộ Nông nghiệp, ngành chăn nuôi cũng như các địa phương đã có một cái chú trọng đặc biệt đối với các cái chăn nuôi nông hộ. Về phía xây dựng thể chế thì chúng tôi đang tiến hành xây dựng 10 nghị định để phát triển chăn nuôi bền vững của giai đoạn 2022-2030 để có các chính sách hỗ trợ người chăn nuôi nông hộ. Trong đó chúng tôi muốn nhấn mạnh rằng cái việc chăn nuôi nông hộ là một phần rất quan trọng trong đóng góp chung của ngành nông nghiệp nói chung và ngành chăn nuôi nói riêng. Chính cái vai trò đấy thì chúng tôi xây dựng nghị định này với cái tinh thần là hỗ trợ để làm sao đấy là chúng ta có những cái nông hộ chăn nuôi chuyên nghiệp đảm bảo cái vấn đề an toàn sinh học trong phát triển chăn nuôi bền vững nói chung và trong chăn nuôi lợn nói riêng. Ở đây chúng tôi muốn ngoài những cái chính sách này, chúng tôi có một cái điểm mới khác biệt là chúng tôi muốn huấn luyện những người chăn nuôi thực hành tốt việc chăn nuôi an toàn, bên cạnh những cái truyền thống về các cái mô hình khuyến nông, các cái chủ là hướng dẫn. Nhưng đặc biệt chúng tôi muốn đào tạo những người bà con chăn nuôi nói chung và đặc biệt chăn nuôi lợn nói riêng mang tính chuyên nghiệp hơn trong cái hiểu biết, nhận thức về cái ngành chăn nuôi nói chung và ngành chăn nuôi lợn nói riêng trong việc thực hành chăn nuôi.
Yes, to answer your question, like I mentioned, as for government oversight and the backbone of MARD. We have the laws in place for husbandry. We have the degrees, like I mentioned. We have 4 different circulars that cover about the sustainable development, and we have a development strategy for pigs farming, in particular in Vietnam, with a vision toward 2030 and even beyond 2045. And so in which we actually cover these small scale farmers because we are aware that they still hold very high proportion. They're now 65 to 70% of pig farms in Vietnam are the small scale household farmers. And so I think it's important that the government, that MARD and local authorities continue to pay a lot of attention and give them the focus that they need and deserve. And we're working on issuing a brand new degree from the government that highlight sustainable development, and that will it will include support policies for the small scale farmers, and we build these policies while being mindful that they contribute greatly to agriculture as a whole and to livestock production. So this degree will cover very specific plans to introduce new models, best practices to help these small-scale farmer do farming in a more professional manner that also easily for others to learn from, to scale up. There will be training programs that focuses on safety, on professional management of the farms, and this will be done in addition to their traditional methods that have been working for them. But they also need to be equipped with the new know-how, and so it starts with the right mindset, and we're gonna equip them with new knowledge and skills to elevate them and make them become a more professional stakeholder of the industry as a whole.
All right, thank you, Shao. Thank you, Mr. Tan. So, Mr. Tan, yesterday there is a lot of discussion on this Swine Days webinar on biosecurity, on the farm management from various experts. One of the issue that has addressed, and this is really seems to be good news for the audience who is a pig farmer, that Vietnam now developed the ASF vaccine. May we ask you to share a bit on the development of the ASF vaccine from Vietnam, or I would say the brand like Navetco vaccine?
Dạ vâng, cảm ơn phần trả lời vừa rồi của tiến sĩ. Có một câu hỏi nữa là thật ra từ ngày hôm qua khi mà chúng tôi khai mạc cái hội nghị trực tuyến Swine Day này đó, thì có rất là nhiều cái thảo luận liên quan đến cái việc kiểm soát dịch ASF với những cái bài học trong các nước khác trong khu vực. Thì rất là nhiều các cái khán giả, anh chị ở đây cũng là những người nông dân, những người nuôi heo, thì người ta đang rất là quan tâm tới một cái thông tin là Việt Nam đang phát triển cái có nghiên cứu và đang thử nghiệm vaccine ASF với cái tên vaccine là của tổ chức tên là Navetco đó. Thì không biết là về phía Cục Chăn nuôi chúng ta có những cái thông tin mới nào có thể cập nhật với khán giả của cái hội nghị này về cái vaccine đó không ạ? Dạ, phía văn phòng nhớ mở mic lên giùm em ạ, em mới nghe được.
Alo.
Dạ vâng, được rồi ạ.
Thì về vaccine chống dịch tả lợn châu Phi ấy, hiện nay Việt Nam vẫn đang trong quá trình nghiên cứu và đang thử nghiệm. Thế thì cái này thì những cái thông tin liên quan đến vaccine ấy thì có lẽ là Cục Thú y sẽ có thì câu trả lời chính xác hơn về cái thời điểm và chất lượng, rồi cũng như là những cái khi nào tiến độ nghiên cứu thế nào. Hiện nay thì đúng là vaccine đang được nghiên cứu thử nghiệm.
Well, as far as we can share right now, the vaccine is under research. There have been a few clinical trials, but our department does not have the latest updates. Maybe this question should be posted to the Department of Veterinary Medicine. So they should maybe know more about the next steps. But from what we know, trials have been conducted, and so we still have to wait until further notice.
So thank you very much. So the question on the vaccine, it's really same as every government that the Department of Veterinary work separate from the Department of Livestock Production. So thank you very much. We will, as a Livestock organizer, we are going to find more information for the audience, and if we can bring any webinar to update on that, so we will do.
Dạ, cảm ơn phần trả lời vừa rồi. Thì chúng ta đều biết là nếu mà vaccine thì bên Cục Thú y sẽ có những cái cập nhật trong đúng cái chuyên môn và phạm vi của họ hơn. Và sắp tới chúng ta cũng sẽ có tổ chức cái Livestock 2022 đó, và ở phía Informa chúng tôi là nhà tổ chức cái sự kiện này, thì chúng tôi cũng sẽ mời một số cái tham luận và cập nhật thông tin từ đại diện của Cục Thú y.
All right. So next question, Dr. War, it's on the what kind of local breed that you mentioned, and how is the promotion of the production of the local breed. Actually, the audience really see and encourage that we can have we can promote local Asian breed, like by direction of Vietnam. How is the process, and what is the plan from Vietnam on develop local breed?
Dạ vâng, có một câu hỏi nữa đến từ một đại biểu người Indonesia. Thì đại biểu này rất là quan tâm đến cái ý mà tiến sĩ Thành có nói là chúng ta cần phải phát triển và quảng bá thêm cho các cái giống lợn mà bản địa của Việt Nam. Vậy thì tiến sĩ có thể kể tên ra cụ thể là giống lợn nào không ạ? Và đâu là cái chiến lược để mà chúng ta phát triển và cải tiến, quảng bá những cái giống lợn địa phương này, vì trong khu vực cũng nhận thấy rằng cũng cần có những cái hoạt động, một cái hợp tác để quảng bá các cái giống lợn bản địa của châu Á, để mà tăng được cái năng suất, chứ không thể nào mà chú trọng, không thể nào mà cứ phụ thuộc vào việc nhập con giống từ các nước châu Âu ạ.
Vâng, thì xin cảm ơn quý vị từ Malaysia hay là Indo ạ? Malaysia, vâng.
Dạ, câu hỏi này từ một đại biểu người Indonesia.
Vâng, đã có một câu hỏi rất là hay. Thế thì cũng như nhiều nước trên thế giới thì các cái giống bản địa là có những nguồn gen quý thì đều được là bảo tồn và phát triển. Thế thì ở Việt Nam chúng tôi có một giống lợn móng cái. Đây là giống lợn rất quý với tính năng là đẻ sai, cam chịu dịch bệnh tốt, chống chịu dịch bệnh tốt, thích nghi tốt trên môi trường, chất lượng thịt rất thơm ngon. Và hiện nay chúng tôi đây là một trong những giống lợn mà chúng tôi đang có một cái chiến lược quốc gia để mà phát triển cái nguồn gen của giống lợn này. Và sắp tới nếu bạn đến Việt Nam thì các quý vị có thể là sẽ được thưởng thức cái món thịt lợn từ lợn móng cái. Ngoài ra chúng tôi còn có những cái giống lợn khác như là lợn mán cũng rất ngon, và một số giống lợn khác nữa thì chúng tôi đang trong quá trình thu thập nguồn gen và bảo tồn cũng như là nhân ra để tăng cái tăng đàn lên, và trên cơ sở đó chúng tôi sẽ đánh giá và có thể có những cái giải pháp để mà thương mại hóa những cái sản phẩm từ những giống lợn bản địa này. Xin cảm ơn.
Yes, thank you for your question. Very interesting question. If I'm not wrong by reading the name of the delegates, he must come from Indonesia, I suspect, from the name. Very interesting question indeed. So I can share with you two names, right? If you're interested in local breeds of pigs in Vietnam, and I think we Asian country, we should really have better understanding and promote local breeds, because they do carry a lot of genetic values and a lot of I would say strengths and very valuable traits in their DNA. For example, first of all, we have the Móng Cái breed in Vietnam, and I'm going to spell it out in the chat box for you guys. So Móng Cái is a name of a province up in the northern part of Vietnam and China. So they have a particularly very high productive sows for this particular breed. They're resilient to diseases, very adaptive, and most importantly, they delicious meat. Right, the sows particularly very strong, very high productive for the sows. And another breed is we call the man breed. In Vietnam they say the man pig, right? Which in our dialect is lợn man. And so this breed is also in the process of going through genetic studies, and there's now a national strategy to do research and to breed and also develop and preserve these great genetics traits in our local breeds of these pigs. So we're doing a lot of research, and we're going to start continue breeding and also evaluate the commercial potentials for these pigs. We were talking about, you know, doing better branding for them in particular. So in the future, you know, when we can travel again, we welcome you guys from the region to visit Vietnam and to experience for yourself just how special these local breeds are. Thank you.
All right, so thank you, Dr. Võ and Ms. Chow for very useful translation and answer. I really encourage to see more of the Asian breed for our Southeast Asia market. Come to the last question, Dr. Võ. It is seems like the national direction of the livestock department under MARD is Vietnam aiming to be the biggest in livestock production in Southeast Asia. Can you elaborate or share with us about that?
Vâng, có một câu hỏi nữa là nhìn vào những con số thống kê trong bài trình bày của tiến sĩ Thành vừa rồi đó, thì nói về đàn lợn là Việt Nam đang có cái số lượng tổng đàn đứng đầu Đông Nam Á. Vậy thì có thể chia sẻ thêm với chúng tôi về cái chiến lược phát triển ngành chăn nuôi Việt Nam không ạ? Chúng ta có đặt mục tiêu là trở thành đất nước mà có sản lượng thịt đứng đầu Đông Nam Á không ạ?
Vâng, xin cảm ơn câu hỏi của quý vị. Thì trong chiến lược phát triển ngành chăn nuôi của Việt Nam thì chăn nuôi nói chung và chăn nuôi lợn nói riêng, chúng tôi không hướng quá nhiều đến cái số lượng, mà chúng tôi hướng đến chất lượng và giá trị gia tăng, phát triển bền vững. Và hiện nay thì như khi là chúng ta đã xem trên cái bài trình bày ấy, tổng đàn lợn nó sẽ duy trì khoảng 28-30 triệu con. Và chúng tôi đang khuyến khích để tăng cái chăn nuôi gia cầm và gia súc ăn cỏ. Như vậy cái tỷ lệ thịt tiêu thụ trong nước về thịt lợn sẽ có thể là nó sẽ ở cái ngưỡng đó, và thịt bò, thịt dê cừu cũng như thịt gia cầm sẽ tăng hơn trong cái cơ cấu khẩu phần của người tiêu dùng. Vậy thì chúng tôi đang hướng đến một cái việc là tăng về cái chất lượng, tăng về giá trị gia tăng, tăng về cái hiệu quả sản xuất, và đặc biệt nữa là cái chất lượng. Đó là những cái mục tiêu mà trong chiến lược phát triển ngành chăn nuôi nói chung và chăn nuôi lợn nói riêng chúng tôi đang hướng tới. Xin trọng cảm ơn.
Thank you for the question. So you see the numbers, but actually the key strategy of our government is to develop our livestock industry more toward quality than quantity. We want to position ourselves in terms of sustainable development, having a value added output for our livestock. The swine population will maintain at 28 to 30 million in the next few years, I would say. But we're also right now having strategy to develop poultry and other cattle farming. So in the future, the aim is to see a shift in the meal structure of the Vietnamese people. There'll be more beef, lamb, and mutton meat that will come into the meal portion rather than just heavily depending on pork like right now. And in terms of having a goal to stay competitive in the region, I think we would pretty much want to position ourselves in terms of quality, of having value added outcomes, and also to be known for efficiency and productivity. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Võ and my interpreter. Thank you to the Department of Livestock Production, Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development team who broadcasting from Hanoi office to us today. It's really useful, and this is really promising that Vietnam going to be the biggest, and also we encourage the technology transfer, innovation transfer, development into Vietnam market. Cảm ơn. Thank you very much to all of you. So right now we already reached the time that's going to be the next session. So next session is going to be about the nutrition, the new innovation into the pig production. I have with me another two speakers, which is the expert from nutrition, formulating the feed, who is, the first one will be Dr. Yan Bin Chen from APC, our platinum sponsor, and Dr. Megan Edwards, the specialist, the consultant in the nutrition and feed formulation. Right now, 40 minutes with us to be Dr. Yan Bin Chen, who is the technical service director for APC globally, and he develop and promote on the swine feed nutrition and provide technical consult technical support to large pig farms around the world. His past experience includes several technical positions in Cargill, USA. So right now, Dr. Yan Bin with us. We are going to lead you to the presentation of Dr. Yan Bin of APC on profitability and performance in swine farm. Please join with me.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I would like to talk to you about a very important topic, which is about profitability. We're in the animal production business. The main goal of our business is try to make a profit. Just by the nature of our business, we don't have a good control of the market price of live hogs or pork price. Those prices will fluctuate. It will change depending on demand and some other factors. As a producer, we don't have a good control about the market price. So the only thing we can do to make sure that we stay profitable is to improve our product efficiency and to reduce the cost of production. That's how, in this business we can we can survive in the long run, and that's how we compete, right? I put together a table just comparing the cost of production between the United States and some farms in China. I believe, Southeast Asia and Vietnam and Thailand, a lot of farms in those regions are very similar to, China's situation. How do we compare in Asia, perspective of the cost of production against the North American or United States? Where can we improve our cost of production? So as you can see here, if we compare U.S. versus Asia, the U.S. has a pretty low wing pig price compared to Asia. That's a reflection of the sow farm productivities and sow farm, ingredient, feed costs and labor costs and other things, right? So in general, in Southeast Asia, including China, that because of productivity, it's lower. Our wing piglet price are generally higher than United States. So that's one area that we are having disadvantage or higher cost of production. Another area, a significant higher cost of production area is feed cost. We know, Asian, especially Southeast Asia and China, we don't have a lot of availability of feed ingredient. A lot of feed ingredient we use here are imported from South American, North American, like corn, soybean meals, and distillers grains. Those kind of ingredients are imported. Because of importation and the cost associated with it, we generally see a higher price in this region. Therefore, the feed cost per pig, it's generally higher. Another thing is the feed efficiency. Generally, in our region, it's relatively worse than the United States or Europe because our production efficiency is not as good. So as a result, as you can see, when we compare our feed cost to United States, we have a much higher feed cost. Of course, if you are a big integrator, you have a lot of pigs and you have some ability to import your ingredient, your feed cost may be a little lower than a commercial small farms in this region. So that's your advantage over there. But overall, we are much higher in the feed cost compared to the United States. Another area we identified that we have a significant disadvantage in Southeast Asia, China, is the non-feed cost, the variable cost. So typically the medication costs in this region are much higher than United States, especially among the integrators, because there's a lot of dollar being spent on biosecurity, medication, treating the pigs, and so we're seeing those pretty high medication costs for this region. Another thing, it's very unfortunate, which is in this region, even with some big integrators, we see a very high death loss, for those pigs we're raising. We know, in some systems, some, big mega farms, mega system, and their win to finishing mortality can reach 15% or even 20% system-wise. So that's a very, very high number. And that death loss really are hurting their bottom line. We typically, before ASF outbreak in Southeast Asia, we typically don't see this high number of death loss. If we compare today's number versus 10 years ago, we don't see those numbers are that high. But today, this is the reality we're dealing with. We're seeing those death loss really jumped up our cost of production, and which is the reason why we're not profitable even with historically high pork price or live pig price in this region. If we go 10 years back in 2012 to 13, in those times we have a very high feed cost during that time. If you remember, from 2012 to 2014, the corn price during that time is actually much higher than today on the global basis. At that time, the pork price is about the same price as today, but in those times where the producers are making money versus today, even though with this price, we're losing money. The reason why that's happening is because after ASF, we just have a lot of death loss contributing to the cost of production. We have to improve all of that to make sure that we can, as a producer, we can stay profitable and stay in the business. So how do we reduce the cost of production? Well, number one, feed cost is a major cost in our region. We need to improve feed efficiency. However, there's so much you can do, right? If your feed efficient, win to finishing your feed efficiency, it's already at 2.5, getting down to 2.4 will help. It's very important. But there's only so much you can do. Another important factor is we need to reduce our medication spending. In this region, we have spent a lot of dollars on medication. How to reasonably adjust those spending, it's a key. Also reduce death loss. How do we reduce the win to finishing mortality from what we are today to a normal 5% or less? And if we can achieve that, that would be a significant improvement on our cost of production. We need to improve our sow farm productivity, increase PSY and, reduce costs on sow farm. So, every single piglet we win, reduce that cost, and that will improve your competitiveness as well, or improve your cost of production as well. Okay, so how do we do that? If you look at on the feed efficiency, and if you look at the factors influencing feed efficiency, first of all, genetic will influence, feed efficiency. If you're using a good genetic lines, they really have the potential to convert feed very, very well compared to local genetic line. Those feed efficiency could be very different. So select a good genetic supplier. It's very important. Also, nutrition is very important. You want to make sure, especially with those high-performing genetic line, you want to make sure the nutrition requirement you can provide enough nutrition to meet their requirements so that they can perform at their best genetic potential. So nutrition is very important. Your lysine requirement, all the amino acid requirement are very important. Another thing is management, how you managing the farms, how you manage the environment. It's also important. Another factor, a lot of nutritionists at least have overlooked. It's the health factor of the whole equation. Those pigs, those high performing, good genetic pigs. Provide them as a basis for them to perform is that their health status. If they have a good health status, they're gonna perform well. They have good intake and averagely again, and their feeding efficiency is very, very good. However, if they're getting some disease outbreak or some other health challenge, they're gonna have worse feed efficiency. So health is often overlooked, but it's very important actually in terms of improving feed efficiency as well. In terms of reducing medication spending or reducing death loss, again, health is very, very important, right? If the flow are very healthy and that requires less medication spending, improving your health is very important, and the management to improve your health is also important. Another thing actually been overlooked over the years is the health of the pig. Actually, the nutrition also play a role in the health of the animal. So as you can see, a lot of those factors are interlinked. Nutrition, health, and, genetics and management, they all link together. You need to have everything work together as a holistic approach to make sure you have the lowest cost of production and highest productivity. There are some study in the literature actually proved that this idea. This is a study published in 2006 by Van Nuys in Canada, where he looked at all the nursery pigs in Manitoba, and they produce a lot of pig in that province. So this Van Nuys took the data from all the nursery farms in that province and looked at those commercial nursery barns. In that province, you're going to have some barns or some flows are having higher health status versus some are going to have lower health status. So he composited all the data from all the farms and tried to figure out what are the factors that are going to determine that whether a nursery is going to have a higher health status, lower mortality versus commercial nurseries are going to have a lower health status and higher mortality. So over those 300 farms and all the factors he analyzed, he basically concluded that those 4 factors are very, very important for the health status of a farm, which is farm biosecurity. So how you're doing your biosecurity, it's very, very important. That's going to prevent a disease outbreak, right? And also the disease status. So, the commercial nurseries we're getting piglet from a sow farm, right? And the sow farm disease status is going to have a direct impact on the nursery performance and health status and et cetera, right? So disease status is very important. Also, farm management is very important. How you manage the nurseries, it's very important too. So what basically he found it is, if you're doing a single flow, you're doing the all in and out, those type of farm management, it's going to help your health status, reduce your mortality, and improve your cost of production. Another area he identified, it's very unique in this study, which is nutrition. Nutrition actually play a very important role here to improve nursery survivability. If you look at the statistics that he listed, which is the odds ratio looking at the different factors on survivability, and he basically see nutrition, basically inclusion of plasma protein in the first diet and the second diet actually contributed higher to the survivability than typical management factors like higher weaning weight. So again, the message I think is very clear. You need a holistic approach and consider all the factors to improve the health of the farm so that you can achieve lower cost of production. Let's move on to look at the nursery phase specifically. How do we improve health status and reduce the cost of production? Well, you need a holistic approach, as I mentioned. First, it's going to start with sow farm, right? Because we're getting a piglet from the sow farm. The sow farm house, it's very important for our nursery performance and survivability. So on the sow farm, the vaccination protocol of the sows and the classroom management for the newborn pigs, it's very important. You want to make sure all the piglets are getting their classrooms. You need to manage that, especially for a high prolific sow flow or new genetic lines. If they have 14 or even 16 total born piglet, you need to make sure every single piglet are getting that at minimum 250 grams or 300 grams of classroom intake. You need to manage, maybe take the first few born pigs after they consume their classroom, take them away so that the later born pig has a chance to eating their classroom. That classroom management is very important because piglet is gonna need that immunoglobulins from classroom to fight the disease, pre-wean and even after weaning. So that's very important. Also, piglet quality, it's again directly impacting nursery performance. Another factor is biosecurity. Again, I've mentioned a little bit this. You want to make sure you want to do as best as you can to make a single flow piglet getting into your nursery barn. You don't want to get multiple flows or piglet from a multiple sow farm and commingle them into a single nursery, and that will increase chance of disease outbreak because you're commingling, not only the piglet but the bugs from different sow farms. That it will, increase your disease pressure and reduce your health status. So you don't want to do that. And also do all in, all out, and those going to help with your health. On the management side, there's a lot of things we can do on the weaning day or to manage the pig, make sure they get weaned smoothly and get into the environment as they can. We do recommend to mat feed them, basically training them to how to eat and for the first week. And also gruel feeding the pullback pigs, basically make semi-moisture gruels for those pullback little pigs to make sure they have a chance to catch up. And also the barn environment are very important too. For a weaned pig, you want to make sure the barns are dry, a warm temperature. Minimum 25, 27 degrees Celsius. For 21 or 23-day weaned pig. That's important. That will reduce their scouring and reduce their disease and help with their survivability. Also, nutrition is very important because in this phase, baby pig are weaned from sow's milk and into a dry solid feed. And there's a lot of things we can do in this starter and pre-starter feed to help their survivability and then reduce your cost of production. So there's a lot of things we can do. Now I want to show you an example of what actually happened in the last year in the United States, a case study, if you will, to show you that how United States swine industry are really coming together to fight this issue we're facing recently in the last year, using this holistic approach, right? Production, veterinarians, nutritionists, and we're moving together to solve this nursery problem. So in the last year, in United States, in our swine industry, we're seeing a resurgence of E. coli issues, post-weaning E. coli issues in our swine industry. You can see on the right side there on the National Hog Farmers, there are a lot of articles talking about this E. coli issues. And if you look at the swine disease report data from Iowa State Diagnostic Lab, this is like a disease tracking report Iowa State University publishes every month to track kind of the disease pressure facing the U.S. swine industry. we see a very significant increase of E. coli, post-weaning E. coli digestive tract issues compared to 2020 to 2021. We see about 460% increase in the reported E. coli cases just between last year to 2021. So we really see this big problem or resurgence of this E. coli issues in this region, and that caused a lot of issues for producers. And this E. coli is very, very nasty. And here in this slide, I described kind of the impact of this E. coli. You know, what are the kind of impact are this E. coli on the producers in terms of mortality, morbidity, and clinical signs. As you can see, you know, just give you an example, one of the veterinarians were we have a good relationship with, and she was telling us that probably in 2020 only 2 of the 13 flow of pigs she works with has E. coli issues. Now today 2021 about 9 of 13 flow has E. coli issue, and those E. coli issues are very severe. If you have E. coli post-weaning in her flows, about 100% of the pig will have 100% morbidity. They're not robust, they are having diarrhea, and also increase their mortality as well by 15 to 20%. In some dramatic cases, they can see a drastic increase of mortality to 2 to 3% overnight. So if you have like 2,000 or 1,000 pig barn, the next morning you go into the barn, you see 20 to 40 pig dead overnight. So it's very, very dramatic impact on the production system in terms of mortality and cost of production, right? Again, in some cases, you see 20% death loss in some flow. So it's very important to the producers. It's hurting the morale of the workers. It's hurting their bottom lines. Disease problem impacting their health, herd health, and also their bottom line. And on the right side, you can see some of the clinical signs. Another thing makes this E. coli very bad. It's a lot of antibiotics we tend to use in terms of treating the E. coli. If there's outbreaks, are not working anymore. And this is a data from Iowa State Diagnostic Lab as well, where they look at 4 different antimicrobials, the E. coli sensitivity to those 4 antimicrobials. The resistance to those antimicrobial has increased dramatically over the last 5 years. And we have heard firsthand knowledge from break farms. Some of the E. coli basically are resistant to all the known antimicrobial available to them. So it's really causing a lot of issue. You have E. coli issue in the barn, and the pig are dying, there's diarrhea, and then the antimicrobial antibiotics you typically are going to depend on to solve your issue are not working. So it's really making this issue even worse. As an industry, we quickly came together. We need to think about a way to solve this issue, right? How do we navigate through this challenge? On the management side, there's a lot of things we're doing today. One thing from the production perspective is we want to improve the farm hygiene or sanitation, right? We really need to have the barn be cleaned and dried before we place the piglets. And a dried and clean environment will prevent potential exposure of E. coli to those baby pigs or weaned pigs. So there's a lot of emphasis to clean the barn thoroughly, using a whitewash to clean the barn and dry them. And there are veterinarians can audit the barns, make sure the barn get clean and dried and to a certain standard. That will help the sanitation of the barns, help with the issue. Also on the feed side, we want to emphasize to our production crew that we want the pig to start feed as soon as possible. We need to train them to feed on mat for the first week, and we will need to gruel the pullback pig, and we will need to keep the gruel fresh. The goal basically is get them start to eat the dry feed as quickly as possible. We do not want them to go off feed weaning for a long period of time, because that will cause E. coli and those bugs to kind of like colonize in the hind gut and cause problem, right? So we want to get on the feed as quickly as possible. That will help with the issue. From the barn environment side, again, is the temperature and humidity are very important. And this is in Fahrenheit, so Fahrenheit 85, 90 degrees, and target humidity is about 50 to 60% humidity. We want to have a good environment to the nursery pig. You don't just set the temperature and be done with it. You need to observe the piglet. You want to make sure you see the piglet, make sure they're comfortable. They're not piling on each other, because that's the indication it's too cold. Even though if they're piling on each other, you want to make sure you increase the temperature so that they feel comfortable. From a nutritional side, there's some consideration we can adjust on the feed side. We know during the post-weaning period, piglets are transitioning from a sow milk to a dry feed. That's pretty challenge. Their digestive function, it's not fully developed. Their digestive tract still under development, so they need to adapt. We know the dry feed will cause some sort of intestinal inflammation, and their immune system is still developing, and they're less resilient against pathogens and stress during this period. So we need to really make sure we have a good diet, a good nutrition, more undigested protein going into the hind gut. That will favor fermentation in the hind gut, which favors the pathogenic microbial population. So we want to prevent that. From nutritionist, this E. coli challenge is also it's very important too, because we know E. coli, post-weaning diarrhea, and E. coli, it's mostly a digestive issue, right? So therefore, nutrition can play an important role. Things we can consider is, again, lower undigestible or undigested protein going to the hind gut. That will reduce the fermentation or reduce the E. coli. If you look at the data published by University of Illinois, they basically reported that the vegetable proteins, if you look at the digestibility of vegetable protein, for example, soybean meal or canola meal or rapeseed meal, those vegetable proteins, a lot of their digestibility, if you measure the weaning pigs versus a grower pig, their digestibility of those vegetable protein are even lower in the weaner pigs compared to animal type of protein. So you really want to limit your usage of vegetable protein during the weaning period so that they have a lower amount of undigested proteins going to the hind gut, and use some highly digestible ingredient will help you with this E. coli issue. And also, there are well-proved supplements that can help with this issue, and that's what a lot of U.S. producer has adopted in the last year, try to help with this E. coli issue. Plasma protein, there's a lot of data showing the antibodies in plasma and the functional proteins in the plasma are helping with E. coli challenge. Zinc oxide will help with E. coli challenge. However, we know in the Asian Pacific area, there's a lot of countries that are limiting the usage of zinc oxide. Of course, you want to make sure the weaned pig, they need to be stayed on their right budget. Just to show you, there is a lot of study being published looking at the effect of plasma protein on E. coli challenge. We have done a lot of study with E. coli challenge in nursery pig. We have F18, different strains of E. coli, F18, K88, K99, different strains of E. coli, and then we feed the pig with plasma. If the pig are feed with plasma, we always see a better average lay gain, reduce the diarrhea, reducing mortality, reducing inflammation. Another thing plasma protein can do is, this is actually a very new study we just published last year at the Midwest Animal Science meeting, where we basically showed by inclusion plasma protein, about 6% of plasma protein in nursery diet, we can improve the digestibility of other ingredients in the diet. In this study, as you can see, we have no plasma and 6% plasma, and then we looked at different type of diet in 4 different regions: United States, basically North America, type of diet, and European type of diet, Canadian type of diet, and Asian type of diet. In those conditions, especially for Europe, Canadian, and Asian Pacific area, by including 6% of plant protein in the base diet, we have shown that will increase the digestibility of other ingredients in the diet. Even in Asian Pacific, where in the diet we used a lot of highly digestible ingredient, we still increased about 2% crude protein digestibility. This is important because that basically means less undigested protein going to the hung gut, which will alleviate a lot of issues with those bacteria issue like E. coli issues. The reason why we're seeing those benefits from plasma disease challenge like E. coli or increased digestibility, we believe it's all coming from those functional proteins in the plasma. And those functional proteins has biological activity beyond the nutrition. So the plant protein in the nursery diet is not only providing a nutrient like energy and amino acids, not only providing those to animal, but also providing proteins or biofunctional peptide really have a biological functionality beyond the nutrition. Right? Some of the proteins we have identified in the plant protein, including, for example, transferrins. While transferrin, the functionality of transferrin is binding iron. We know iron is very important for bacterial growth. If the transferrin can bind iron, it can limit bacterial growth, for example, the E. coli growth, right? That will help with E. coli issues. Lysozyme directly attack bacteria. Growth factor, basically stimulates the stem cell repair, stem cell growth. So help your gut health. That will improve digestibility. Cytokines, it has this regulation on inflammation. That's very important. Immunoglobulin G, we know that's very, very obvious effect of immunoglobulin G. It can bind toxin, pathogen, and those will help with the health of animals. So all in all, you can see all those different protein plasma are having a profound effect on immunity and inflammation or inflammatory response, and therefore really helps with the performance and health status of pig. Again, we have done a lot of challenge study with plasma, not only E. coli challenge, but other bacteria, Salmonella, or even viruses, rotavirus and PRRS and PCV. Under those challenge conditions, we always see a better survival, better feed efficiency, and better availability gain, and less diarrhea. And that better survival, better feed efficiency will help you to reduce your cost production. And improve your throughput and improve the profitability. We have also data on PRRS as well. This is a study we did a few years ago in Canada. In this study, we used 960 pigs, and those pigs were coming from PRRS positive sow farm, so they're PRRS positive nursery pigs. And then we fed them, plasma group and an alternative feed program. We look at the end of nursery, their performance. We saw almost 800 grams, increase of average daily gain at the end of the nursery. Comparing the alternative program versus plasma program, we saw about 40% reduction of mortality during the nursery period. So that reduction of mortality will definitely help the cost of production or future profitability of that producer. Even PRRS challenge condition, we see this benefit of plasma protein as well. This is another study we did in Brazil. This is with porcine circle virus. So as you can see, when we feed plasma, which is in red, or compared to control, which is black, at the end of nursery, the plasma feeding group has about 2 kilogram heavier pigs than the control group. The reason why they have this very superior growth performance is because they are healthier. If you look at the clinical sign or clinical wasting syndrome, compare plasma group versus control group, we see about the 50% reduction of that syndrome by feeding plasma. And that's the reason you see a better productivity, production efficiency, and reduced mortality and improved cost of production. That's how you achieve that in this kind of a condition. In Europe, this is coming from a publication from the SFR research, the feed research group out of Netherlands. They actually recommend to use plasma protein or milk proteins, during the weaning period, because they both contain the immunoglobulins, which provide a health benefit to the nursery pigs. And they do recommend to, recommend that plasma is much more pronouncing if the farms are in the suboptimal condition or low performance or have health issues or how disease outbreaks, right? That's where you're going to see a better response to plasma protein or milk protein. Also, they also recommend to use higher inclusion of plasma for the area that antibiotics or zinc oxide are not available. We know a lot of Southeast Asian countries are facing this issue, especially probably Vietnam, or limiting some antibiotic usage, maybe zinc oxide usage as well. So in those conditions, higher plasma protein will help with your digestive issues and other issues and related to health, and in turn it will help with your death loss and reduce cost of production. On the sow farm, if you think about sow farm, it's actually very, very simple, right? And you want to maintain your input cost. It doesn't matter how many sows you have, you want to maintain their per sow input cost, right? Feed cost, medication, Siemens, fixed cost, variable cost. You want to make sure those input costs stay competitive, I would say. On the other hand, you want to increase your PSY. One more pig you win, and all the input costs, if you have maintained the same input cost, one more pig you win, reduce your cost per pig to win, right? But to increase PSY, you need to consider increase whole-born, reduce stillborn, pre-wean mortality, and a lot of sow farm management and biosecurity, and maintain there's no disease outbreak. Those kind of things are very important. And also, very importantly, what I want to emphasize here is you want to also maintain the sow performance and the longevity of sows. In the recent years, especially in North America, we're seeing a very significant increase of sow mortality. We're now seeing in this region the sow mortality reaching 13 to 14%, which are causing issues in North America, reducing our competitiveness, because the sow mortality, the lower longevity will increase those input costs, because you're constantly replacing your yield, and that's a cost. I want to emphasize here in this region, we also need to think about maintain the performance, but also maintain their longevity. Those are very important as well. This is a study we did with a commercial farm a few years ago. This was carried out in a commercial farm, about 5,500 sows, and this is a PRRS positive and unstable farm, and they're dealing with the PRRS, and they know there's a benefit of feeding plasma in terms of PRRS challenges. So they decided to feed 5 kilograms of plasma in their gestation and lactation diet. Then, after feeding a period of time, they did statistical analysis and tried to look at the improvement by adapting this technology. Basically, what they saw is they have increased their farrowing rate and reduced repeat mating, and in turn, so that they have a more piglet weaned per sow mated, about 0.4 piglet or more. This is a very new study. It is an application we have developed in the recent year in Europe, where we use plasma during the transition period. So basically 5 days before farrowing and 5 days after farrowing. The reason for this is because we now believe that the sows in this specific period, their nutrition their physiological need are different than lactation or early gestation. So they need a different type of diet. And in this type of diet, we included 0.5% or 2.5% plasma. We see that by including a plasma protein, we see a reduction of a percentage of stillborns. If you look at the numbers, we reduced about 0.4 piglet stillborn. So basically we have a 0.4 more than the control diet. So increasing the total born will increase PSY and help your bottom line. And also another benefit of feeding plasma during lactation diet is sow generally has better feed intake during lactation. Therefore, they are losing less back fat, and they're going to be maintaining their body score better than the control diet. This is a study we did in Spain. We fed the first parity cells and multiple parity cells plasma, and then we look at the back fat loss or gains during lactation. We saw both first parity or multiple parity cells. We see less back fat loss or even more back fat gains by feeding plasma during lactation period. Again, because their feed intake, the sow has a better feed intake, and therefore they're losing less back fat. Therefore, they potentially have a longer, better longevity and lifetime productivity. So all in all, as you can see, we have done several studies in sows, especially in lactation application. All in all, we see sows being fed with plasma. They have a better feed intake and a better win-to extras interval, and also a higher farrowing rate and higher litter weight and average pig weight at weaning, and basically a higher full value pig per litter. So all in all, you're going to see really a value by feeding plasma, and also reduce your cost of production because you're weaning more piglets. And hopefully what I have shared with you today to basically demonstrate that the key to profitability for producers is really to reduce the cost of production. And we have identified the three factors are very important for this region, which is feed cost, medication cost, and death loss. Those three things are contributing significantly to the cost of production in this region. We know nutrition can influence the health of pigs and can also reduce the mortality, can help to reduce the mortality. I've showed you that the supplementation of plasma proteins in sow and piglet feed improve health, reduce mortality, and reduce the cost of production, basically improve profitability of pig production. Thank you. Appreciate your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yan Bin. So you will come to the question session later after Dr. Megan. So ladies and gentlemen, we come to the last part of today morning, which is we have been talk a lot about on the sow production management. Today, the last topic of the morning session of our Swine Days today is on the driving profit through piglet quality. So we have our expert on the formulation, feed, and nutrition, Dr. Megan Edwards, which is APC. Invite her to share the knowledge of her findings and how she implement the feed formulation in the pig feed, which is focused more on the piglet. So Dr. Megan, she is living in Hoi An, Vietnam. She has provided feed formulation technical support, research advice, as well as joint seminars and many training as the invited speaker and consulting many feed mill in the Southeast Asia and even Africa. So right now, really, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to hear from Dr. Megan another 40 minutes. Welcome, Dr. Megan, and then we're going to have question session later on.
So good morning. My name is Dr. Megan Edwards, and today I've been invited here by APC Proteins to talk to you about piglet quality and why we should focus on piglet quality as a driver of profit for the overall swine operation. So two key parameters that we can use to measure our success in terms of productivity are the kilograms of pork meat that we produce in a sow lifetime and the cost to produce each kilogram of pork meat. Now, today I don't have the time to talk in great detail about all the aspects that influence these two traits, but today's presentation will focus primarily on the breeding sow with the objective of improving piglet quality, and then also on the suckling phase and nursery phase as well, with the objective of investing early for a maximum opportunity to capitalise on the investment long term. So the three pillars around sow nutrition that I'm looking at today are sow productivity, piglet quality and colostrum quality, and how we can use nutrition to influence these pillars to drive profit. So it's really important before we get started to take a moment to reflect on the challenges that the breeding sow will go through in her reproductive cycle. And these are normal commercial challenges. This is not a welfare issue, but the reality is that sows do experience lots of physiological challenges. They have oxidative stress, they have inflammation, they have microflora disruption, and they're all very normal parts of commercial pig production. But it's also acceptable to acknowledge that we should have nutritional tools to intervene to support the sow with these everyday challenges that she's going through. So beginning at the time of weaning, the sow will have to go through mammary involution, and this involves inflammation. It can be a little bit stressful for the sow, and it's after mating she'll also go through another disruptive phase because we change the diet and heavily restrict her feed intake, and this will of course cause shifts in the microflora, and again it's a minor stress, but it still is a stress. And then as we move through the gestation phase, we know that once we hit the middle of the gestation, we have rapid growth of the mammary tissue as well as rapid growth of the litter. And when we have rapid growth, we have oxidative stress. These two things are aligned. And when we have increased oxidative stress, we also have increased need for antioxidants. And this diagram here is looking at glutathione peroxidase, which is the antioxidant associated with selenium. And over here, it's a very similar graph, but this one is for alpha tocopherol or vitamin E. And both graphs show the same pattern, that as we approach farrowing, we have an increase in oxidative stress, and it takes the sow roughly 3 weeks to recover from that stress. After farrowing, we also have the stress of uterine involution and rapid mammary growth, etc., as well as metabolic stress associated with very high output of milk. And at the same time as the sow has to deal with the stresses that come with this high performance, she also has to decide how much she's got left to invest in her next litter. And this is something that deserves more attention in our industry, and we need to think very carefully about how the nutrition we use today influences her performance tomorrow. So the sow has to decide in early lactation how many follicles she's going to release, and this will determine the litter size for the next litter. So I'm just going to give a few examples in the next few slides about productivity. This particular example here is looking at the influence that total dietary fibre can have on productivity. And this was a study done where they used very purified sources of fibre, but what you can see here is that relative to control sows that had an average daily intake of 350 grams of TDF versus sows that had 600 or 700 grams of TDF per day, there was a significant increase in the number of follicles, which means that the potential for increase in litter size is significantly enhanced. So we often think of fibre as a non-nutrient, but this data here very clearly shows that it has a very important role to play in reproduction. And it is something that we should pay more attention to in the future. So this is one strategy to get more piglets. The other strategy that is equally important is to make sure that we keep the sows in our herds as long as possible. So this data here that I'm sharing with you is looking at sow retention. So premature culling is a large economic burden on producers. So looking at strategies to reduce premature culling and trying to get sows through to parity 6 or 7 should be a clear objective. So in this study, in those sows that were offered a low dose of plasma, so only 2.5 kilos per tonne, we still see a very nice reduction in the body weight loss of the sows during lactation. In addition to that, we see a nice response in terms of the wean to estrus. So the data is expressed here, showing only the data for young sows. And you can see here for young sows, there is a 2-day reduction in the wean to estrus. Over the entire herd, it was less obvious. But in another study where they used a slightly higher rate of plasma of 5 kilos per tonne, we can see a very nice reduction again in wean to estrus. And in the same study, they found a significant increase in subsequent litter size. So this is showing that plasma can have a particularly valuable response in parity 1 sows and probably parity 1 and 2 sows who are very sensitive to commercial pressures. And in addition to this, the data over here is looking at sow retention. So in the control group, 80% of sows were retained and 20% were culled. But when we offered plasma, we had 87% retention and only 13% culling. And it was a tendency, but from an economic perspective, this is very significant to have a 7% reduction in the number of sows that need to be culled, and particularly if it's young sows, because we haven't yet made a profit until we reach parity 3. And it's also really important to acknowledge that we can't afford to only consider the performance of a sow in this current cycle. We need to think about the influence that this cycle has on the next, because we know that how she performs in parity 1 and 2 will influence how she performs for her lifetime. And this is data done where they offered plasma only for 6 days before farrowing and 5 days after farrowing, so for a very short window, but it is a window where we have a lot of oxidative stress and inflammation. And this data here is looking at the subsequent litter size. So we gave plasma to these sows during a particular farrowing process, and in the subsequent litter, so here we're influencing the number of follicles the sow decides to release, we can see a very significant and positive influence on the total born and the born alive of the subsequent litter. And if this is the data for the whole herd, and here is the data for parity 1 sows, but you can see here that it seems to have a very positive effect across all parities, including parity 1. And again, if we can get parity 1 sows off to a better start, this means that they are very likely to perform at a higher level in parity 2 and throughout their productive life. So traditionally, we know about plasma protein because it is used widely in nursery feeds and has been successfully used for probably 40 years. But there is increasing evidence, and APC has done a very good job of researching the benefits that we can get from using plasma in sows. And this is a summary that shows recent publications, but as you can see here, that at very low doses, plasma is able to improve productivity, piglet quality, and these are key drivers of profit. So there's very good reason to consider low doses of plasma for use in sows, and particularly in young sows. So if we now move on to the transition phase, it's one of the best opportunities we have to have a positive influence on productivity. And when I think about the transition phase, there are 3 key areas. So first is stillbirth rate. We need to make sure that we get pigs born alive. In addition to that, we need to make sure we have good birth weights and minimize variation. And then once the pigs are on the ground, we need to make sure that we're able to supply them with the best quality colostrum. And there are lots of nutrients listed here that have been proven through publication to improve stillbirth rate or birth weight or colostrum quality. So we do have a lot of nutritional tools available to us. And there's something that I think deserves more time and effort from us in a commercial sense. We do a lot of great research, but as an industry, we need to work harder to apply these so we can get maximum profit. So I again haven't got time to go through them all, but I'm going to give you a few examples. This is one that's looking at fibre in relation to stillbirth rate. This was done in a Danish study, a Danish herd, so you have very high litter size. And they had a control group that was already receiving quite a nice amount of fibre, so just under 500 grams a day of TDF. And then the treatment group had a step-up program where they received just under 600 grams in the 2 weeks before farrowing, and in the final week before farrowing, they received around 650. And what it was able to do was to significantly reduce the stillbirth rate by 2.2% and had an overall positive effect on total mortality for those sows. And if you look at the distribution here, the proportion of sows that had one or less stillborn piglets, which is a common target, was significantly greater for those sows that received the fibre supplement. So making sure that sows have adequate fibre is important for lots of reasons, but particularly during the transition phase to have a positive impact on both the sow and piglet performance. This is a similar study. This one was done in France, and it's using very high fibre, again, in the last few weeks prior to farrowing. They found no influence on the volume of colostrum, but the farrowing process was much faster. So the first 10 pigs were born much faster, which meant that those pigs were able to reach the teats and suckle colostrum much quicker. And the big advantage here was for the low birth weight piglets. So for the low birth weight piglets, the colostrum consumption went from 140 grams up to 220 grams when the sows were offered fibre in transition. And the time to first suckle was significantly reduced. So this increases the chance of survivability, which was clearly demonstrated here in the mortality data. So this slide here is looking at the importance of colostrum and the relationship between the level of IgG in the sow's colostrum and the level of IgG that is achieved in the piglet. And generally speaking, we're looking for a number that's greater than 4,700 to be considered good quality colostrum. And then what we can see here is the level of IgG that we find in piglets. And here we're looking for a level over 1,500 to make sure that that piglet has a good chance to survive. And as you can see, there's a really nice positive linear relationship. So the better quality the sow's colostrum is, the better IgG status the piglet will have. The yellow box here is showing you the piglets that are receiving adequate colostrum and have a high chance of survival. The blue box is showing you the piglets that are at risk of premature death, and the white box is the group in between. So it's important that we do what we can to boost the quality of the colostrum, and the sow will spend around 3 weeks to prepare her colostrum, and that's the 3 weeks before farrowing. And the welfare and the health of the sow at that time will influence what she does invest into her colostrum. And there is a lot of research to show that we can use nutrition to manipulate the welfare and health of the sow and subsequently have a positive influence on colostrum. So there's good data for medium chain fatty acids and live yeasts, for butyrates and yeast fractions. And then there's also some data for conjugated linoleic acid and vitamin E, and one publication for arginine. And in general, these compounds are immune modulatory or immune stimulatory, and having benefits for both the sow and her litter. This is some data for arginine. Now, I will admit that there are publications where there's no response from arginine, but in this particular publication, they did see a positive response of arginine on piglet vitality. And so we have a numerical reduction in stillbirths associated with an increase in oxygen saturation levels. And oxygen saturation level is a very good indicator of vitality. And then your colostrum IgG in the highest arginine treatment was significantly improved. We had a nice improvement in birth weights and a reduction in the small birth weight pigs associated with the supplementation of arginine. So arginine is a vasodilator, and it's allowing a more even distribution of nutrients throughout the placenta and ensuring that piglet vitality is improved. Now, two more examples. On the left, we're looking at the influence of probiotics on colostrum quality. So you can see a significant improvement in the IgG and colostrum, and also a significant improvement in the plasma of the piglets. And that is a very well proven effect in the publications, that by providing live yeast, we have this positive response in colostrum quality. Over on the right, we're looking at the influence of vitamin E on colostrum quality. So we do see a nice response from vitamin E to colostrum fat, which is important for energy and survivability. And then we also see a nice response in IgG and IgA. And in this particular study, they saw a nice improvement in weaning weight and average daily gain in the piglets getting the higher dose of vitamin E. But it is important I point out that the level of vitamin E used in the control diet was very low. I think we need to focus more on colostrum because it not only has an influence on the survival of the piglets in the first 3 days after birth, but it has a subsequent influence on the whole of life performance of the animals. And the data here on the left showed that if the piglet received 200 grams roughly of colostrum, it would have a 6 kilo weaning weight. Whereas if we were able to have an intake of 350 grams of colostrum, that pig was much more likely to have an 8 kilogram weaning weight at the same age. So that's a 2 kilo difference in weaning weight based on 150 gram difference in colostrum intake. So very profound effect. And then some similar data, slightly older, but it showed again that if the average intake of a piglet in a litter was only 170 grams, the total litter would only gain 40 grams in the first 24 hours after birth. So basically no growth. But if the colostrum intake was close to what we would describe as our normal commercial target of 250 grams, then we could expect the litter to gain 900 grams. But if we can get that higher amount of colostrum up to 300 grams a day, then we can expect the litter to grow at a rate of 1.4 kilos. So you can imagine this is having a profound impact on subsequent performance because we're getting those piglets off to a really good start. So in addition, another set of data that supports the same concept. So this was a study that was done at looking at manipulating the level of fatty acids and the level of carnitine in diets. And this was done to create different qualities of colostrum. So the lowest group had the lowest fat and IgG. And then as they manipulated the diets, they were able to enhance the level of fat and the level of IgG. And what we saw is that the pigs responded positively to the improvement in the colostrum quality. And this resulted in roughly an extra 900 grams of weaning weight. So there is very consistent evidence that if we can boost the quality of colostrum, and we know that we can do that through nutrition, then we can have a really nice positive effect on weaning weights. Now, it's good to have positive effect on weaning weights, and we do know that the colostrum, the IgG status of the piglets at weaning does have an influence on their whole of life performance. And this data here does confirm it. So in the first table here, we're looking at a study that was multifactorial. So they looked at the influence of parity for your birth mother versus the influence of parity for whom you suckled. And if you were lucky enough to be born to a multiparous sow and suckled to a multiparous sow, you had the highest weaning weights. And if you were unlucky and you were born to a gilt and suckled to a gilt, you had the lowest. And then if we look at the serum IgG levels at day 28, you can see here that those piglets that were suckled to gilts had the lowest IgG levels, and those piglets that were suckled to sows had the higher IgG levels. And then if we look at the whole of life performance, you can see here that the best performers are piglets that were born and raised by multiparous sows, and the worst performers here are those that are born and raised by gilts. And this is connected in part to the serum IgG levels. And this second study was looking at using conjugated linoleic acid to manipulate colostrum quality. And they had 2 different doses of the conjugated linoleic acid, and either dose gave a positive response in colostrum IgG, which improved the serum IgG of the piglets and was converted into higher weaning weights. And then in addition to that, they followed the pigs for the next 2 weeks after weaning, and they found that there was also a growth performance advantage in the 2 weeks after weaning. And again, that this aligns with this higher IgG, but also the higher weaning weights. So if we go back a step and we look at what is plasma doing during lactation to support the sows, and why do we see better growth performance and reproductive performance from sows when they're fed plasma. This is data from the study that I showed you earlier, where they offered plasma just for a few days before and a few days after farrowing. And they looked at the oxidative status of those sows. So this is glutathione peroxidase. So again, it's the antioxidant associated with selenium. And it's the first line of defense in the body against oxidative stress. And as we go from having no plasma in the diet up to 5 kilos or to 25 kilos, we see a nice improvement in the oxidative status of the sows. And this is prior to farrowing, and this is after farrowing. So the benefits of the plasma are maintained both before and after farrowing. And this helps us to understand if the sow's in a better state and she has less oxidative stress, this means she should be able to partition more nutrients and immunity into her piglets. And this is a study that looked at using plasma for a slightly longer period. So in this study, they used it for 3 weeks before farrowing and through lactation. And what they found in this particular study was when they offered plasma, they were able to reduce the body weight loss. They were able to improve weaning weights and nursery exit weights. So here we have an extra 0.5 kilo at weaning, which was converted into almost 3 kilos by the nursery exit. And this was partly achieved by a really nice improvement in feed conversion efficiency. It wasn't significant, but 10 FCR points for a commercial producer is of importance. In the particular study, they looked at the inflammatory markers and the stress markers within the sows and the piglets to see if the sow was able to pass on the benefits. And what we see here is that there was a reduction in inflammatory marker TNF-alpha, which is a pro-inflammatory cytokine. And we can see here that plasma is able to reduce the expression of this inflammatory marker at day 3 and day 7 of lactation, and that in the piglets, it's also reduced at day 7 of lactation. And then they looked at the stress marker cortisol. And what they found is that at day 7 of lactation, the piglets had lower cortisol, and at day 3 post-weaning, the piglets also had lower cortisol. So from offering plasma to the sows, they could reduce the stress in the piglets both during suckling and in the nursery phase. So having a really nice positive welfare benefit. And this particular study was done using 1% plasma. There was no effect in the study. They did look at whether plasma could influence the quality of IgG in the colostrum, but this particular study did not find any effect of plasma on IgG. So moving on to the nursery. In the nursery, the 3 pillars that I'm focusing on are immunity and resilience, digestive development and growth performance. So we need to provide the piglet with passive immunity. whilst it's immature, we need to support the digestive development of that pig, particularly from 4 to 7 weeks of age. And if we do those both well, we should be rewarded with enhanced growth performance. So there are some really good review papers, and this is one that I would encourage you to find the time to read. It was recently published, and this particular paper is looking for alternatives to zinc oxide, which is a very hot topic in Europe, who's facing a ban on zinc from 1st of July. But what you can see here from the list of viable alternatives, it has some that are nutritional strategies, so like lowering protein or increasing fiber. It has typical eubiotics, and then it has these functional proteins. And you can see that plasma is included here as a viable alternative. And these three, antimicrobial peptides, egg yolk antibodies, and plasma protein are good candidates as an alternative because they offer immune modulation, they offer pathogen control, and they also offer enhanced nutrient utilization. So when we're talking about zinc, we're looking at reducing inflammation, stopping diarrhea, etc., and limiting the opportunities of E. coli. So basically microflora modulation. And there are lots of ways that we can do it. And I don't suggest that you pick just one of these. I think you need to use a combination of these to give the pig the best start. But as I mentioned in the previous slide, immunity and resilience, they have to come from a form of passive immune protection. And not all of these alternatives can provide passive immune protection, but plasma definitely can. So when we focus on diarrhea prevention in the nursery, we are very quick to add additives into the diet. But if we take a step back and we look at why are we adding zinc or why are we adding antibiotics in the first place, it's because the diet that we're providing the pigs with isn't being utilized efficiently. So we are probably equally to blame. And the reality is that when we add zinc or antibiotics, we're often covering up some of our mistakes. And we need to take a step back and review where it is that things might be going wrong. So we often see the diarrhea and our first reaction is to go back and change the diet. But we need to have a look at, is that problem arising because there is a problem within the microbiome, and how do we want to fix that? Or is the problem one step earlier and it's related to poor stomach function? Or is it just that we have a really terrible quality diet and we need to go back and really review the way we designed our diet? Now, I do admit that nutrition is only one parameter in the causation of diarrhea, but it is one that I think we need to review more carefully and be more honest in our approach when we're looking for solutions that don't involve antibiotics or zinc. And yeah, plasma has a really positive role to play in diarrhea prevention. So this is a bit of a complicated slide, but it's a slide that I hope will demonstrate some of the cycles that we see in the body. So over here, when we wean the pig, the normal event is that we get a drop in feed intake, and that's often associated with stress. And because of that, we see this increase in intestinal inflammation. We then have this, in response to intestinal inflammation, there's a cascade and it causes an increase in oxidative stress. With this increase in oxidative stress, we get this increased production of nitrous oxide, which is then converted to nitrate. This nitrate then provides a wonderful food source for pathogens. These pathogens overgrow and cause a suppression of the good guys, which leads to inflammation, and the cycle continues. Now, there can be other ways that the cycle can start. So, for example, if the nursery was not cleaned very well and there was bacterial contamination, we could start with an overgrowth of bacteria, leading to a suppression of good bacteria, leading to inflammation, and so on and so forth. However, if we take a step back and we look at, okay, what tools do we have and how are we going to do it? So first of all, we know that weaning is stressful and it's not always easy to fully avoid that stress. So we do know that feed intake suppression is a real risk, but we do have some tools. So we could use plasma to boost feed intake and reduce inflammation, or we could use zinc oxide to reduce inflammation as well. If we're still worried about the risk of antioxidant or oxidative stress, we could look at using antioxidants to support the pig. So this might include things like vitamin E and C, or it might include different types of polyphenols, and these are providing an immune modulatory benefit. And then we could look at using eubiotics as a way to manipulate the microbiome and to, for example, target gram-negative bacteria, or in the case of medium-chain fatty acids, target gram-positive bacteria, as a way to reduce the bacterial load and manipulate balance within the microbiome. If we're still concerned, we could look at using pre- and postbiotics to give the beneficial bacteria a competitive edge. And lastly, we could go back one step further and do a review of the management and the approach that we use prior to weaning. So creep feeding is really important, and I'm going to highlight a little bit more about why that is shortly. Weaning age can also be something that you can adapt. So by delaying the weaning age, we can give the pigs a better chance to cope with stress associated with weaning. We can look at providing extra glutamine to the pigs as a source of fuel for the small intestine, or we can look at technologies like fetal imprinting, where we provide a particular additive to lactating sows, and then we use the same additive in the piglet diets, and that familiar taste and smell encourages greater feed intake. So we have a lot of options available to us, and I'm not saying that you need to use them all, but I would encourage you to review what you're doing and why you're doing it, and see whether you're actually meeting the needs of your pigs. So another very excellent publication that I came across a few days ago that is also worth a read. This is a meta-analysis that was looking at alternatives for antibiotics. Now, not all eubiotics are included in the meta-analysis, so please take this with a pinch of salt. But this particular group of authors concluded that for weaned pigs, probably the best option that we will have in the short term is with antimicrobial peptides. They present evidence for having a very consistent and profound effect in weaned pigs. But the other thing to point out here is that there are lots of options for piglets that do appear to have some positive effect in terms of growth promotion and disease prevention. The other interesting thing about this publication is that it suggests that the options for older pigs are quite different, and they propose that plant extracts, or plants in general, present a really good opportunity for grower and finisher pigs. So I'd just like to go back one step to talk a little bit about stomach pH and organic acids. And this is something that I've been looking into lately to try to understand why we should use acids and how to convince people that they're important. And when I looked into the literature, what I found is that the pH of colostrum is actually only 5 or 6. It's quite high. And that's intentional because the pH needs to be high so that the gut can be colonized, which is a really important process in the first few days of life. And the reason that the pH is high is so it can let in a broad spectrum of microbes. But there's also really good passive immunity within the colostrum to filter who's able to get in and remain inside the pig. Then we go on to day 2 and beyond, where we are now producing milk, and the pH will go from 5 or 6 down to 4. And it goes down to 4 because that's where Mother Nature needs it to be, because the pH of 4 is the best pH for clotting milk and to allow the milk to be fully digested. And so to clot milk, we need an enzyme called chymosin, and chymosin is most successfully clotted at a pH of 4. So it makes sense that the pH of the stomach during this few weeks sits at around 4. But the unfortunate part about that is that at a pH of 4, there is no development of the cells required for the secretion of hydrochloric acid. So that means that the pig's ability to lower stomach pH isn't developing in response to the milk. However, there is good evidence that I'm going to show you in a moment that by providing creep feed, we can stimulate the development of these cells that are responsible for secreting hydrochloric acid and ultimately for digesting protein. So the phase that causes us the most problems is the immediate post-weaning period, and that's because we are ultimately trying to get the pH down to 2.5, but we've now taken away lactose. So the substrate that we had to hold the pH at around 4 is gone. We've now introduced cereal-based diets. They have a range of acid binding capacities. If we have a low weaning age, it's even more difficult to keep the pH low. Often we have variable and inconsistent feed intake, which also makes it difficult to regulate how the stomach works. And this all has an effect on protein digestibility and risk of post-weaning diarrhea, etc. So we really need to add free organic acids into the piglet feeds to be able to drop the stomach pH down as low as possible. And ideally, to get protein digestion to work efficiently as possible, the pH has to be very close to 2.5, because at a pH of 4, we're going to have poor protein digestion. And this is why, so basically it's a bit of a slippery slide journey, and we're trying to get down to the bottom as quickly as possible. And that's why we need to use acids. I think for many of us, we assume that the pH is actually low during the suckling phase, and then it goes up and we need to bring it back down. But in fact, it's high in colostrum, it's medium in the milk phase, and then we need to push it down in this post-weaning period. And that's also why we need to probably have a step-down approach with the organic acids that we use. Mature phase, what you find is that pigs are very capable of excreting adequate amount of hydrochloric acid, and they're really good at maintaining a low pH. So if you were to use organic acids in this phase, it would be because you would like to have an influence on the microbiome. So this data here is looking at the influence that creep feed has on the development of these hydrochloric acid secreting cells. And first of all, so there's 2 treatments, one that was only offered milk from the sow. They were weaned at 30 days, and this group here is offered creep feed. And you can see for the group that were offered pre-feed, by the end of the suckling phase, they had larger stomach capacity. And this is good. A, it means they could, in theory, have a higher appetite, and B, it means that the feed that's in the stomach has a greater surface area and can be exposed to more digestive enzymes. And then here we're looking at the acid production, so how much hydrochloric acid is being produced. And you can see that it's relatively low for the full 30 days in the control treatment, but it increases particularly by day 30 in the group that received creep feed. So they had a 60% increase in their ability to excrete hydrochloric acid. And as you can imagine, this means that they have a much better capability to lower stomach pH. And then in relation to protein digestion, we're looking at pepsin output here. So we take the pepsinogen, convert it to pepsin to digest protein. And here you can see that the pepsin output remains relatively low in the control, but in the animals that were offered creep feed, there is a huge increase in the pepsin output. So the chance for these pigs to digest the soybean meal in the creep feeds is much, much greater than it is for these pigs over here, and therefore the risk of diarrhea is much lower. So there are also management strategies that we can consider. I'm about to talk about commingling. So I'm just showing you this photo of what is commingling. Commingling is a situation where you have multiple farrowing crates and they have a little door so the piglets can mingle. Normally from about day 7 of lactation, they can go and visit their neighbours and expand their horizons. So in this study, they had the group that was conventionally raised, they had those that were intermittent suckled. So that's where the sow is removed from the litter for a number of hours during the day, and that's to encourage feed intake. And then we had this group that is intermittent suckled as well as commingled. You can see that there was no difference in the weaning weights of the pigs, but there was a difference in the creep feed intake. So the highest feed intake was in those that were intermittent suckled and commingled. And then here we have the data for after weaning. And you can see that there was a really nice improvement in the first week after weaning, so an extra 600 grams of growth. Those animals that were exposed to intermittent suckling and commingling. The difference here is they're being commingled with their friends that they've known before weaning. And here we've got piglets that are intermingled with animals, new pigs, so non-familiar pigs. So there's probably a little bit of additional stress for these guys. And what we see in terms of feed intake is that there's a really nice increase. So we're looking at, in this particular group, it's 100 grams per day of extra feed intake in the first week after weaning. And that is an indicator that the pigs are happy and healthy if they have high appetites. And then because of that, we get very nice growth rates. So management is also a really important tool that we should review when we're looking at strategies to boost piglet quality. So just a quick review on plasma. It's been in the market for a long time. So 10 years ago, roughly, a meta-analysis was done, and these were the results. So we're getting roughly 40 grams of extra average daily gain and 45 grams of average daily feed intake. So it's on average about a 20% improvement for those pigs, with the response being slightly higher in those earlier weaned pigs. Now, there was a very recent meta-analysis done, which would include obviously more data. It would include more examples of trials that were done perhaps without zinc or without antibiotics and using more hyperprolific animals. But you see the numbers aren't that different. We're still getting roughly 40 grams of extra average daily gain and a slightly higher amount of average daily feed intake. But still, it's still roughly a 20% magnitude of response. So it is very, very, very good. And yeah, the evidence to support the use of plasma in nursery just continues to grow. So using plasma, one of the great things about it is the farmers can see it. It's visually obvious that the pigs are eating well and happier. So that's one of the great things about the product. But underneath all that, we need to know what the product is doing. And this trial was done, and they used 3% plasma for 2 weeks, followed by 2% plasma for another 2 weeks. And they found roughly a half a kilo advantage to the exit weights. They also found a nice 20-cent reduction in the medication cost. And what we see here is the tight junctions expression in the intestinal tract in the ileum was increased by the use of plasma. So that means that the animal is more resilient and able to fend off disease and remain healthier. And when they looked at the villus height, the study was done as a 2x2 factorial. So they had the use of plasma with and without antibiotics. And so you can see here that in animals without antibiotics, the magnitude of the response is even greater. But still, when you have antibiotics in play, there's still a positive benefit from using plasma in terms of improving the architecture of the gut. And obviously, if we have a higher villi, we can have better FCR. Some more data that looked at the positive responses we see in plasma. So here again, we have our tight junction proteins, and we also have some other markers. So TLR2, so toll-like receptor 2, is a marker of pathogen recognition. So obviously being able to having a higher expression of this pathogen recognition marker means that we have greater protection against bacteria, viruses, parasites, and fungi. And then there was another marker that's associated with a healing process within the body. Again, it was upregulated in the pigs receiving plasma. They also looked at permeability in this study, and DAO is dianamine oxidase, and it's a compound that leaks out of villi into the bloodstream. So if you have a lower number, it's a good thing, and it means that you have healthier villi and less physical damage on the villi structure itself. So this is a marker of permeability, which would suggest that the intestinal integrity of the pigs offered plasma is higher. And again, they looked at inflammation and they saw a significant reduction in TNF alpha and a strong tendency for interferon gamma. So they're both pro-inflammatory cytokines. So plasma seems to enhance gut functionality and reduce inflammation. And as I showed earlier in the sows, it's also having a positive influence on the oxidative status. In conclusion, I think as an industry, we're under increasing pressure with high feed prices, with disease pressure, and competition against other industries. So we're going to have to continue to keep our focus very heavily on productivity and efficiency. But yeah, the good news is that nutrition can have a really positive influence, but it's not going to have an influence on its own. It will have to be examined alongside management, health and genetics so that we can have the best possible outcomes. But I hope today's presentation has got you thinking about investing early, because I strongly believe that the ROI is better if we get the job done early. So investing in our sows so they can give more to their piglets, and then getting those piglets off to an excellent start is the plan that I think makes the most sense. And things like colostrum quality do deserve a lot more attention. Plasma protein is a really functional nutrient that has been around for a long time, but we're constantly learning about its value, and it should be used to complement and boost other nutritional strategies that we want to apply. Of course, it's been used widely in nursery, but I hope today I've shown you that there's very good evidence to support its use in sows for their health, welfare and productivity. And the other thing that I think we need to do more of is to sit back and reflect on the challenges that the animals we're working with are going through. And they're not necessarily unavoidable challenges. A lot of the oxidative stress or inflammation is just a normal part of life, but we can have a positive influence on the incidence and severity by using nutrition to our advantage. So I hope when you review the value of things like plasma, you'll think about what value it could bring to your animals in terms of reducing oxidative stress and inflammation, and also how it's going to enhance gut health and functionality, because ultimately these are drivers of profitability and piglet quality. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Megan. So right now it's come to the question and answer session. May I invite Dr. Yanbin and Dr. Megan to be opening your video to get to Q&A, and we are going to do about 10 minutes for Q&A. Firstly, not to wait for anything, Dr. Yanbin, there is a lot of questions on like ASF is going around, and then all the disease happening, and how safe of the plasma products from APC.
Yeah, thank you for the question. APC, the product we are offering to our client in Asian area are all coming from ASF-free regions, mainly from North American and in Europe, Western Europe as well, but all from ASF-free region, right? So it is there's no risk of ASF per se, right? Zero risk on that front. And also we do provide 100% pure bovine or pure porcine plasma, just for customers, preference. If they would like to use bovine, we have 100% bovine available, and also 100% porcine available. On top of that, during our manufacturing process, APC, we utilize this a multiple hurdle processing technology to ensure the safety of our pork plasma and also our bovine plasma. And the processing technology include the spray dry, UV treatment, and post drying heat storage. And those are three separate steps. Each of the step has been demonstrated we have data demonstrated that can inactivate viruses and other pathogens potentially you can find in the raw blood, right? So you can think about the plasma protein we provide like a milk, right? And the raw milk, it's a risk ingredient. If you drink raw milk, you can develop a diarrhea, right? But pasteurized milk and the milk you buy from the supermarket, those are safe. And our product, you can consider that as a pasteurized milk product. And if you look at the data, our safety data, we can conclude that our data is actually much more safer than a milk product. So.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Yanbin. And the other thing that I keep hearing from APC, the products plasma from APC is follow the WHO guidance, even up to the human blood standard level. So to know more about this products, you can contact APC. But back to Dr. Megan, I think it's unavoidable, the challenge that happen everywhere, disease, the control, the farm management, but definitely both management and nutrition drive the genetics potential. So right now, the question is about if we can control from your study on the challenge that happen, the impact on the economic size on the nursing pig and weaning piglet, it is about how many percent? Can you share the economic impact if the investment there with the control challenges?
So I can't give you a number answer because that very much is dependent on the pork price, the seed price, etc. But you can imagine if you can get 20% extra growth in the first 2 weeks after weaning, this will be magnified by the time those pigs reach market. And in the case of sows, if you can reduce retention, if you can reduce culling by 7% in the herd, this will have a profound effect on the cost of production because you will need to replace sows at a much lower rate. So yeah, the economics are very, very good for using plasma, but I can't give you a specific number because there is too many parameters.
All right, so it's depend on farm to farm and situation on the feed ingredients or raw material used from feed to feed. Okay, so the next question to Dr. Yanbin and Dr. Megan, if you may answer. We talk a lot, I think all the session I organized during this last year and this year, it's about the feed cost, the higher feed cost. And then we all know that plasma is also the high pricing. So from your perspective, how you see the plasma can take the role in improved productivity instead of getting high productivity on the cost investment, or we need to reduce something like I want to you to share the perspective of not look at one angle of plasma investment and how can you address about this angle when people plasma is so expensive and feed costs already high.
Yeah, that's a good question. But if you look at the usage of plasma, it's really in the first phase, maybe first 2 phases right after weaning, right? When the piglet, when their feed intake is relatively low, if you look at the budget that we give them for the first phase or first 2 phase, it's very low, very small compared to the overall growth of the pig, right? And we're talking about the investment on the per pig basis, 200 grams, maybe 250 grams of plasma per pig. Of course, the price per kilo of plasma is relatively high, but on per pig basis, the investment is actually relatively reasonable. And also, you have to look at the outcome. What are you expecting from your investment, right? If you're just trying to achieve to a certain lysine level or protein level, plasma is not the ingredient to achieve that. And you can achieve that by using soybean meal or other ingredient to achieve that with a lower cost. But plasma is not for that. The reason why you use plasma is for the health benefits, right? You included in the nursery phase, in the first 2 phase, they have a good start, and they don't, piglet don't develop into disease. You have less death loss and better health condition for your nursery. That's where you get your return. Of course, the gains, even though we're only including plasma in the first 2 phase, you're probably only going to see 200 grams. 250 grams additional gain at the end of the feeding plasma, but that gain will be multiplied at the end of nursery to about 800 grams at the end of finisher, probably 1.5 kilos or even 2 kilos of gain. So it's a relatively actually small investment. The benefit you're getting it's significant.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Yan Bin. What about you, Dr. Megan?
I would always encourage producers, whilst the feed price might look high, what your focus and effort should be on is the cost of production. So we can't control the feed price or the pork price, but we can control how efficient we are. So it should be the main focus of the producer, not the cost of feed. And Yan Bin's right, the investments we're talking about, if you actually do the maths on the investment. So if you used plasma in transition, you're looking at around $2 or $3 per sow. If you used it, in transition and lactation. So if you can get higher retention, higher subsequent litter size, etc., this $3 you get back many, many times over. And in the case of piglets, it's less than $1 per piglet. So if you can reduce medication costs, reduce mortality, and increase the exit weights of the nursery, then again you will get a very good return on investment. And I think you should look at the price of plasma next to something like the price of pulmotil or some other very high cost intervention that we don't complain so much about the price, but in reality we have to pay for it.
All right, thank you, Dr. Megan, and I like your presentation. At the end, it's like using it's really improved the oxidative stress, and that is the key issue in our tropical zone. All right, to the last question, I would throw to to both of you, Dr. Yan Bin and Megan. So there is a lot of chat happening on why Thai producer don't use. I think that is really about regulation of each country. Can you both share the experience that happening and using in Southeast Asia? Because most of our audience here from Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam. So I would let you give a chance to share your experience, how you see the development in using plasma in your real experience in formulating and consulting.
Yeah, Maggie, you probably have more experience in Southeast Asia than I do, but from my side, we see very good usage of plasma proteins in a lot of countries in throughout Southeast Asia. Korean, Taiwan, those are very highly productive, high efficiency countries in terms of pig production. They all uses plasma. Even Philippines and Vietnam, all the major pig producing countries are using it. In Thailand, there's some customer using, not widely. I guess compared to Vietnam, it's a little less, but we have good usage in those countries. On the world stage, I can tell you that US, Canada, Europe, those producers are all using plasma in their nursery diet, and some are using it in sows because they all are facing different kind of challenges. I shared with you in the US recently, it's the E. coli issue, and in Europe, it's removal of zinc oxide and antibiotics, and we have seen those are helping the usage of plasma in the pig diet.
Right. All right. Thank you, Dr. Yan Bin. It's quite late for you in USA now. Thank you for being with us tonight. So, Dr. Megan, you close it.
I just want to share when I was lucky that plasma is a relatively new ingredient for Australian farmers, and I was lucky enough to be there when it was first introduced. So I got to see the response from the farmers when it came into the market. And I clearly remember one farm manager, he introduced plasma, and then the next time I visited, he said to me, it's a welfare issue if we don't feed plasma to our pigs, because he was amazed at the visual difference he could see in the appetite, the health, the vitality of his piglets. So I guess it's, for most people that try plasma, they're not really brave enough to take it back out, which speaks for the product in its own right. One thing that is quite unique here in Asia is with that we still have a lot of tools to play with. We still have a lot of legal and illegal things being used in the pig industry. And our friends in North America and Europe don't have so many tools to play with. And so I think they appreciate even more the value of plasma. And perhaps as we lose the right to use zinc and copper and in-feed medication, we'll also see or accept more readily the value of plasma here in Asia as well.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Megan. It is addressed very clear. We should go for the legal to play. Only.
Absolutely, yes.
So the human who take the pig meat from the farms should get that safety meat into their day-to-day consumption. So choice of plasma can kind of replace on not selecting to use all those antimicrobial things. Okay, so right now it's end of the morning session. I would like to thank you to Dr. Megan, and stay safe, doctor, and thank you to Dr. Yan Bien. Good night for you now. So
Thank you.
To announce for the next lunch break, we are going to come back again in another 40 minutes for the last part of the Swine Day session, bringing into you by Informa Markets. So anyone want the presentation of APC, you can drop your email into the chat box. The APC representative will reach to you. Any question on the products and the technical, please go drop your email in the chat box. The APC representative in your country will reach to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's end of the morning session. See you in 40 minutes with another session with Swine Days 2022 by Informa Markets. สวัสดีค่ะ Thank you
Your focus is the health and well-being of your animals. Manufacturing safe and effective ingredients that help your animals thrive is APC's #1 priority.
Hello, my name is Jerry Frankel, President and CEO of APC. As the world's largest manufacturer of spray-dried red cells and plasma functional proteins, we take our industry leadership role seriously. Our commitment to biosafety includes significant investments in our manufacturing process. We collaborate with leading biosafety experts. We use validated multiple hurdle technologies that help us to provide the industries we serve with safe, pure beef and pure pork blood-derived products.
To understand how red cells and plasma are made, you first must understand the scale of livestock production and that the collection of blood is a crucial part of the global meat industry. APC only collects blood from officially inspected 100% single-species meat harvesting facilities, either pure beef or pure pork. As an example, in the United States, the average large-scale pork processing facility will process 15,000 hogs per day, while beef processing facilities will process 4,000 cattle per day. These meat harvesting facilities are officially inspected by the government authority responsible in each country and must comply with strict requirements to ensure a safe food supply, and that includes only using blood from healthy animals harvested for meat. Let's review the blood and plasma production process and biosafety steps in place at APC's manufacturing facilities. APC sources animal blood from officially inspected pure pork or pure beef facilities that is hygienically collected from healthy animals during the production of either beef or pork meat destined for human consumption. Blood or plasma is collected and prepared for further processing. The process starts in our dedicated processing room, where the collected blood arrives via enclosed stainless steel pipes. APC's process is very similar to how the dairy industry collects milk. Blood or plasma enters a fully closed system where it passes through our filters, may be centrifuged to separate the blood fractions, is then chilled and held in our insulated stainless steel tanks for pickup by APC. The raw material is then transported in species-specific tankers to an APC production site for unloading and processing. Blood is spun at high speeds through a centrifuge, separating the plasma and red blood cells. APC technicians carefully monitor our computer-controlled systems throughout the process. At designated manufacturing facilities, pre-separated plasma is treated with ultraviolet photopurification, which is very similar to pasteurization commonly used in food production. The liquid plasma is then pumped into our spray dryer. In the spray dryer, excess water quickly evaporates and the liquid plasma is transformed into powder. The product is spray dried to a minimum 80 degrees Celsius throughout substance. The bulk powder is precisely measured and packaged in only brand new totes or 25 kg bags and placed on new pallets. Porcine plasma is then stored in environmentally controlled warehouses at 20 degrees Celsius for 14 days. The final step is quality testing products internally and through third-party verification prior to the product being released to our customers for use in animal diets. These multiple independent processing and safety steps all work together to ensure APC manufactures safe products for use in animal diets worldwide.
You can count on APC and our unwavering commitment to research, continuous investments in new technologies, and validated processing steps to ensure the safety of our ingredients. The APC team is here to help your business and animals thrive.
Scarf's head office is situated in a beautiful area of countryside in the northwestern part of Jutland, with forest and water views. The business has a floor space of approximately 16,000 square meters at its disposal.
Welcome to Skov. The next few minutes, some of our Skov employees will introduce you to our company. employees that makes it possible to deliver quality products and services to customers in more than 80 countries. Products and services that contribute to an efficient and sustainable global food production.
Skov's climate and farm management solutions are sold globally by the company's own salespeople, distributors and partners. Sales are supported by many different functions within the company, which ensure that the customer enjoys a good experience both before and after the purchase. The projecting department works closely with sales to ensure an optimal delivery in relation to the type of animal, the climatic conditions, the livestock house, other housing equipment, the customer's investment profile, etc.
Skov is a system supplier. We in projecting, together with sales, ensure that the customer gets the optimal solution no matter where in the world the farm is located.
Climate system and farm management are usually a part of the overall project. Skov works together with the other suppliers of equipment, for example, suppliers of building components, feeding and housing equipment, and makes sure that the overall delivery meets the customer's expectations.
Building a new farm is like doing a big puzzle, where all the pieces have to fit perfectly together. If required by the customer, we will assign a dedicated project manager to the job, who, together with other suppliers, will make sure that the project is on schedule and completed on time.
Skov has a large installation and service department at its disposal. Correct installation and commissioning of systems are necessary if the customer is to enjoy a good experience regarding the delivery. Our solutions give the producers many opportunities to increase productivity and earnings, but it is a prerequisite that the farm manager can use the equipment correctly to do so.
At Skov Academy, we hold courses for our customers, our distributors and our own employees. The distributors learn how to install and set up the system, and the customer learn how to use the system and maximize their output.
Skov is a global player on the climate and farm management system market, with more than 75 employees at its head office in Denmark, working to develop new components and systems. Our new systems and products are developed in close collaboration with our customers around the world.
Business development is a team of product and livestock experts. Our job is to ensure that we understand our customers' demands and create the optimal products and services to support their business in the best way possible.
In the development department, we focus on developing software for climate controllers and farm management, as well as electronic and mechanical components. Climate controllers are relatively complex, so it's important for these to be tested thoroughly throughout the process to prevent issues later.
Ongoing testing forms an inherent part of our development process. We have automated the testing of the software as much as possible, with more than 2,000 test cases executed each night. At the end of development, the software is tested by an experienced service technician, and as a final check, the software is tested at several livestock houses before being released for sale.
Management programs for business development, which analyze data at livestock house, farm and business level, are an increasingly important part of Skov's business. We focus a good deal on these systems, but also on options for analysing other parts of the customer's value chain, such as feed staff and slaughterhouses. Although mechanical products are made by our sub-suppliers, it is Skov's development department which creates the specifications and designs, ensuring that the components are developed in consideration of the overall system. To launch new mechanical products with the right characteristics, you must have good testing facilities.
We have one of the best test centers in the world in our field, where we are able to test performance, air movement and quality. We have the opportunity to conduct various tests under very realistic conditions. This ensures that we can deliver high-quality systems that meets the requirements set by our customers.
Air intake and air outlet performance are measured on the air physics test rigs. But we can also analyse air movement and air velocity under very realistic conditions in the company's air physics test centre. It is important for us always to launch high-quality products, For this reason, the longevity and strength of new components are always tested thoroughly, including livestock house testing, before finally being released for sale. Three basic principles: cost, quality and time are very important to our production. It's important for the customer to receive their delivery on time, in the right quantity and quality, at the agreed time.
Working in the customer center at Skov gives me the opportunity to talk to customers all around the world. We handle all orders for our sales organization, and together with production, purchase and warehouse, we secure a smooth order process for all our customers.
The vast majority of electronic products are made in-house. Skov has a fully automatic SMD line, including inspection of the finished printed circuit board.
In our production operations, we are very flexible and we achieve to have a fast turnaround, which makes us very competitive according to other sub-suppliers. We measure ourselves against others on a regular basis.
Planning and quality control are carried out by the production teams, with targeted efforts made to optimize processes and workflows. All components are developed and produced to withstand harsh livestock house environments. Skov produces around 250,000 climate and feed sensors every year on new production line that uses robot technology. A good 90% of Skov's turnover comes from exporting to more than 80 countries. Approximately 30 lorries are loaded and unloaded every day from the 8,000 square meters warehouse. Shipping and customs clearance are an essential part of the service we deliver to our customers.
I hope this video gave you an idea about our business, about the products and services we offer. But reality might be even better. So you're very welcome to check and come to Denmark and visit us. We look forward to meet you and to learn about your business as well.
When morning comes, we have the opportunity to start anew, to reset, to prioritize the things that really matter. And what matters most to us is you. At Ronma, our cause is the well-being of all lives. However big or small, we see the details that form the bigger picture worth protecting. Our mission is to provide quality end-to-end health solutions so that every animal, person, and home may be cared for. From veterinary advisory services, to animal health products, to the food ingredients in your kitchen, you can count on us for quality and reliability. Over the years, Ronma has grown through various expansion and diversification strategies. Each new challenge motivates us to work harder, smarter, and faster. And as the total solutions provider, we are driven by our values. Our competent personnel in the field of diagnostics as well as research and development are constantly innovating, enabling us to cater to the competitive environment that is animal health. Working collectively as a team, we strive for continuous improvement. With each division experienced in their specific task, Ronma is able to provide a comprehensive range of products, services, and solutions. From technical services to research and development to diagnostic laboratory analyses. With a proven track record, we are certified in and dedicated towards quality and safety. This pursuit of growth and improvement paves our way forward in becoming industry leaders of today and tomorrow. Introducing our GMP-compliant plant, where we develop and manufacture Roma's proprietary animal health products. Equipped with advanced technology and additional production lines, Roma is able to adhere to the set of required standards while being ever ready to serve the global market. This is how we strive for excellence. With Roma, your interests are protected, your goals are supported, and your future is secured. Because at the core of it all, your priority is our priority.
Shandong Longchang Animal Health Product Company Limited is one leading grain-feed additive manufacturer in China, serving more than 6,000 feed manufacturers and over 10 million farmers in husbandry industry, with solutions to reduce production costs and improve production performance. The Chann's Group has been specialized in R&D of bioacids and other grain-feed additives for more than 10 years. The Chann's Group has one professional management team with 8 doctors, 20 master degree holders, 8 executive masters of business administration, and 20 experts with rich experience in feed formulation and husbandry technique. The Chann's R&D Center is equipped with the most advanced testing instruments, which are used to guarantee the product quality and provide customers with lipid and mycotoxin testing services. The R&D Center has research centers for hepatobiliary and fatty acid metabolism. In July of 2014, the Chann's obtained new feed additive certificate from Ministry of Agriculture of China. Bioacids can improve the digestion and absorption of fat effectively. The Chann's now owns a number of invention patents for production facility, process, and testing method of bioacids. In 2011, the Chann's invested $7 million and established the new factory with an annual production capacity of 4,000 tons of bioacids, which can be used in 50 million tons of feed and $7 million for feed manufacturers. The Chann's launched happiness feed, extracted from Eucommia omidase, to replace some antibiotics and improve antioxidant capacity of the body, which plays an important role in promoting husbandry without antibiotics. In 2018, the Chann's launched Eucobiotics, which is a safe and green product to inhibit bacterial growth, repel parasites, and protect the health of respiratory system and intestinal tract. The Chann's has the mission to develop the natural extractive feed additives, save production costs, and improve production performance of husbandry industry. The Chann's products have been exported to USA, Egypt, Russia, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, and other countries and areas, and well received by customers from international markets. The Chann's Group will increase the investment in scientific research and development of grain-safe and environment-friendly feed additives, and work together with customers both in China and abroad to promote the safe and healthy development of the husbandry and aquaculture industry.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Swan Day webinar, focusing on innovative solutions and technology for swan production. My name is Michelle, will be moderator for this afternoon session. In this afternoon, we will have our industry expert to discuss more about swan diseases, especially on ASF, African swan fever. So please stay tuned with us until the end of the webinar. I also would like to remind you that we have a lucky draw that we're giving out the book for a book called Swan Diseases in Asia by Dr. Henry Tu. And the winner will be randomly picked from the attendee list. Visit the Asia Livestock Hub website and you will receive the result there. Here are some housekeeping rules. If you have questions to the speaker, please type in your question in the Q&A box found below your screen, and our speaker will answer it live after their presentation. And now, not to waste our time, I would like to introduce our first speaker for this afternoon, Mr. Louis Chăn, the Sales Director from Shandong Longchan Animal Health, and also our gold sponsor for today. Shandong Longchan Animal Health is a sub-company belonging to Lashan Group. The group was established on 2004. It's the first producer specialized in feed bile acid in China. Back to our speaker, Mr. Louis Chăn. Let's welcome Louis to bring us the topic. Diarrhea solution is one. You come here, you more. Louis, please start your session, please.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I'm Louis Chăn from GNC Agritech Malaysia. Today I'm also representing China Shandong Longchan Group to present for 2022 Swine Days webinar series. So let's start it. The title for today is Diarrhea Solution in Swine. Mainly, we will share some information, the diarrhea, economic risks and losses faced by pig farmers, what causes the diarrhea, what types of diarrhea is there in the market, and also Lachan's solution of prevention program, mainly focus on our new products, Eucommia almoides extract. For Lachan's, the product name is called Happiness 100, HPNS 100. In Chinese, it's called 幸福100. The slide is prepared in dual language, but mainly I will present in English. For diarrhea economic risks faced by each pig farmer, there are three major issues. First is higher than normal mortality rate because due to different type of diarrhea, the dehydration of the piglet will cause them to die re-weaning. Second, even the weak piglets that are recovered after we went through some treatment program, they will also have slower growth rate, which also means economic losses to the pig farmers. Finally, the major issues faced by the farm will be the weak piglets causing adverse effect on sow performance because the watery feces and pathogenic feces produced by the piglets will be contacted by the sow. Now, the second subtopic I want to share is diarrhea causes of pig farm. The first causes will be viruses, mainly gastroenteritis, epidemic diarrhea, rotavirus, PRRS, and circovirus. From Shandong Longchan, they have gathered information from government agency to check the rotavirus infection rate. So from the data that we compiled, in 2018, out of 1,049 samples, the positive rotavirus samples are 19. The positive rate is 1.81%. In 2019, out of 288 samples, the positive samples is 32. The positive rate is 11.11%. While for last year, 2020 January to November, we tested 888 samples. The positive samples are 64. The positive rate is 7.2%. So we can see the positive rate from the China samples is on the rise. So on our right, this is the rotavirus microscopic photo, and it consists of double-strand RNA. For your information, rotavirus is also the most common human, infants, and young children diarrhea factor. So it's also very common in the pig farm piglets diarrhea. Second causes is by the bacteria. As you know, in Malaysia, I believe in Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia, and also China, they are using the incoming water from underground. Now, I'm sharing the second subtopic, diarrhea causes in pig farm. So the first causes is by viruses, mainly gastroenteritis, epidemic diarrhea, rotavirus, PRRS, and circovirus. For Shandong Lachans, we have compiled data from government agency for year 2018, 2019, and 2020 for rotavirus infection rate testing. So in 2018, China tested 1,049 samples. The positive sample are 19, and the positive rate is 1.81%. For 2019, they tested 288 samples. The positive samples is 32. The positive rate is 11.11%. For 2020, January to February, we tested 888 samples. The positive sample is 64. The positive rate is 7.21%. So on your right, we have the rotavirus microscopic photo. And also because rotavirus is easily infected due to their multiple protein structures that can easily bind with the mammal's cell wall. For your information, rotavirus is also common cause of diarrhea disease among human infants and young children. So it is very easily infected among piglets in the pig farm. The second causes of diarrhea is bacteria. Escherichia coli causing dysentery are most common in pig farm, and also Clostridia cause enteritis is also as deadly, but not as common. The most common is E. coli dysentery. The third causes of diarrhea is parasite. The most common factors is by coccidia, and coccidiosis mainly occurs from 7 to 21 days age of newborn piglets, while the peak occurrence is around 7 to 10 days age. So from the photo here, you can see the coccidia eggs. Let's say first day of the newborn piglets at the farm, the coccidia eggs already contacted with the piglets and went into the intestine. So it took the eggs few hours to be activated and start to grow. Then another 2 days later, they will go into the intestinal cell to generate more coccidia. And then 4 to 5 days later, only they will burst out from the intestinal cell and cause coccidia outbreak. So even at the first or second day of infection, the first 5 days, you won't see any coccidia outbreak. Actually, they are already infected by coccidia. Then the peak occurrence will be on 7 to 10 days. So from Lachans, we mainly promote the prevention program, because when you contact with the coccidia and outbreak, that time is already too late. So for the pathogenic infection, we mainly have 3 steps of infection treatment and control. First, you must find out what is the source of your farm infection, whether it is virus, bacteria, or caused by parasite. Because each different type of infection, they have different infection pathway. So we have to use different treatment program or prevention program. And finally, we can achieve our target of animal protection of our young farm animals. Now we are sharing the maternal diarrhea. In Chinese is pronounced as 母源性腹泻. So what is pathogenic diarrhea caused by lack of maternal antibody supplies? Means the sow milks have less nutrient, especially in antibodies. So when the piglets drink the sow milk, they have lower piglet immunity. So from this chart, we can see that either the new sow or the existing sow but not so healthy, initially their colostrum production is not high. Even they have enough milk also, sometimes they don't have enough antibodies in their milk. So when the piglets are very young, they have low or zero immunity. So they need to get the immune cells or antibodies from the mother. Eventually, when the piglets growing and approaching weaning, if they don't get enough nutrients from the sow milks pre-weaning, they will have very low immunity. Then if post-weaning, here you can see here that when there is post-weaning, the mother's milk, they no longer consume any sow milk, and their own immunity haven't grown until the healthy range. Hence, this is the 免疫空白期, means the window of zero immunity or very low immunity. This stage is the stage where piglets easily trigger diarrhea. So another cause of maternal diarrhea is breast edema, botrytis, mastitis, agalexia, or lack of milk. Insufficient milk from the sow can be caused by sow constipation or insufficient feed intake. Because countries like Malaysia and I believe Thailand and Indonesia, we have very high moisture and high temperature. So in like now the weather is very hot in Malaysia, the pigs in the outdoor open house farm, they will have less feed intakes. So the sow at the open house farm will have insufficient feed intake and hence lower milk production. This is a very common issue, happens in, I think, Southeast Asia countries. So another type of maternal diarrhea, which is non-pathogenic. Just now what we shared is pathogenic, right? The non-pathogenic diarrhea is the piglets gets inflammatory factors and mycotoxin from the sow milk, because our sow, they daily intake and digest many feed, right? So when the feed have high mycotoxin, like the photo here, from the corn, we have detected aflatoxin and other toxins. So the mycotoxin passed down from the sow to the piglets will damage multiple organs of the piglets. So from our chance, we have gathered the data. Aflatoxin are detected in sow colostrum. So the healthy range of detection rate is 0.5%. Now the samples 1 to 10, we actually detect aflatoxin in very high concentration, way higher than the approved 0.5 rate. So you see the lowest is 1.1, while the highest is 27.7, which is overdosed by around 60 times. Next, we have the other type of diarrhea, which is the piglet hepatogenic issues. What is the piglet hepatogenic causes? First, is naturally born weak, because we know that sometimes healthy sow also will produce a few weak piglets. So how do we define born weak piglets, which is the low birth weight, which is below like maybe 5 kilo or 4 kilo. Then we have insufficient immunity. Okay, the last type of diarrhea is piglet hepatogenic. So what causes piglet hepatogenic? First is born weak, low birth weight, and hence insufficient immunity, because sometimes even healthy sows will also deliver weak piglets in the farms. So for the weak piglets, they were also facing difficulty fighting for their mother colostrum intake. So they will cause low colostrum intake for the piglets, and also some new sow or some existing sow which are not so healthy, they will also produce less colostrum. So not all piglets can have enough colostrum intake. And also environment factor may affect the piglet hepatogenic diarrhea problem, like biosecurity. If the farm have very high pathogens in the environment, the piglets are prone to diarrhea. And also some countries like Malaysia, and I believe Thailand and Indonesia, the temperature and moisture also affected the high pathogens environment in the farm. So some photos is like for the hepatic diarrhea in following piglets. So what is a hepatogenic diarrhea? In Chinese, it's called 肝源性腹泻. You can see here. First, we can detect liver and gallbladder function damage in the piglets. Okay, now we share an example of what is an hepatogenic diarrhea issue. First, liver and gallbladder function is damaged. Hence, the bowel secretion for the piglets is reduced or totally absent due to the absence of bowel. Low absorption of sow milk fat detected. When the piglet intestines have high undigested milk fat, the intestinal cells' osmotic pressure are facing imbalance. Afterwards, intestinal cells secrete water into the gastrointestinal tract to try to recover from the osmotic pressure imbalance. When this situation occurs for a long time, the piglet's body dehydrates too much and hence causes death. This is why we said in the farm, a hepatogenic diarrhea issues is occurred. So the photo on your right is a typical hepatogenic diarrhea happening in the farm. You can see the feces is very oily and wet. So to recap, each farm's owners need to know what causes your farm issues. If it is pathogenic, then we need to continue to find out whether it is caused by virus, bacteria, or parasites. And hence, we can deduce a prevention program or treatment program to reduce the diarrhea issue. Second, it is due to maternal diarrhea. Then after that, we need to find out is that due to lack of milk antibody or because of feed toxin issues. Third, is your farm diarrhea issue is caused by piglet hepatogenic problem? Is it because the issue the piglets born weak or because of your environmental issue? Then from La Chance, we offer our own solutions program, which is Happiness 100 and Reunion. So everyone, now we're sharing the solution programs from La Chance. First, we introduce our new products, Happiness 100, and our existing product, Reunion Bile Acid. For HPNS 100, it is a Euphormia almoides extract, mainly for viral and bacterial diarrhea. Second, Reunion Bile Acid mainly for maternal and piglet hepatogenic diarrhea issue. So from La Chance, we introduce Euchomia almondis. So what is Euchomia almondis? It is a naturally extracted flowerworms, a species of small tree native to China. It belongs to the monotypic family Euchomiaceae. It is widely cultivated in China for its bark and is highly valued in herbology as a traditional Chinese medicine tonic. The properties of this plant extract is anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and immune regulatory additive. It is also an alternative feed additive to replace AGP. So this is the whole tree. It looks like this. Mainly, we use the tree leaf to extract our HPNS 100. For La Chance HPNS 100 composition, we contain chlorogenic acid more than 20%, Euchomia flavonoids more than 10%, and finally Euchomia polysaccharide more than 40%. From La Chance, also we offer Runyon bile acid. So what is Runyon bile acid? Our bile acid are naturally extracted bile for optimum bioavailability and utilization by the animals. It is also a natural bioemulsifier produced by animal livers. So in your feed formula, we can replace either save some fat energy or replace your existing feed emulsifier. It is also activator for pancreatic lipases to digest fat nutrients. Bile acid is also an antimicrobial mediator in intestine, deactivates intestinal and liver toxins, and also fresh bile secretion stimulants when reabsorbed back to liver. For our second product from La Chance, what is Runyon bile acid and its functions? First, Runyon bile acid is a naturally extracted bile for optimum bioavailability and utilization by the animals. Second, it is also a natural bioemulsifier produced by animal livers. Activators for pancreatic lipases to digest fat nutrients. Fourth, antimicrobial mediator in intestines. Deactivates intestinal and liver toxins. And they will stimulate fresh bile secretion when reabsorbed back to liver. So there are a few multiple functions and potential items replacer by using Runyon bile acid. Next, our bile acid composition is bile acid 30% and the carrier by Concord is 70%. For our recommended usage to treat pig farm diarrhea issues, we recommend for prevention program before delivery 20 days in sow gestation feed, we use Runyon 1 kilo per ton and HPNS 400 gram per ton. For treatment program, on top of prevention dose, we add Runyon 5 gram per head of piglet or sow per day and relevant antibiotics to treat pathogenic diarrhea caused by bacteria if it is confirmed. All right, before we end today's presentation, I would like to introduce everyone to La Chance in-house developed app. It is called Benefarm. The meaning is benefit your farm. Then you should able to search for this application on iPhone, iTunes Store, or Google Store. Search for this name, Benefarm. Then just download it for free and use also for free. You can see that we have multiple functions like poultry, aqua, swine, ruminant. You can key in whichever animal types you like. And for this example, I key in for the swine market. And you can see that you can search for benefits from piglets. And then you can choose the function to reduce your feed cost, benefits your piglets, or benefit from fattening pigs. You should try this app. And if you have any further inquiries, you can contact me at my company email address, louis@gencyagri.com, or you can add me on WhatsApp or WeChat This is my phone number. So thank you everyone for your patience, and let us meet each other soon. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Luis. It's an interesting solution for swan barn. I would like to invite you to join us back later with the Q&A session after Dr. Yawaman presentation. Thank you, Luis. And now moving next will be another topic, efficacy of endogenous emulsifier bile acid on performance in weaning piglets diets, will be presented by Associate Professor Dr. Yawaman Kachayan from Khon Kaen University. Dr. Yawaman joined us today with the invitation from Long Chăn. Please welcome Dr. Yawaman to start your presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be with all of you on 2022 Swine Day. Today, I would like to present my research work on the efficacy of endogenous emulsifier bile acid on performance in weaning piglet diet. Problem in fat digestion in young animal. First, the contents of pancreatic lipase in pancreas of newborn is about 4% of adult pig. Second, the concentration of bile salt in newborn is about 10 to 25% of adult. It is highly rich or not enough to require concentration level for producing micelle, and secretion of bile salt can be reduced more by stress. Third, in swine as species specific, bile salt is continuously secreted into the duodenum without being concentrated or inefficient secretion. Emulsifier for the definition have been mentioned by Livestock in 1998. Emulsifiers are auxiliary substances used in the manufacture and stabilization of emulsions. An emulsion is a mixture of two liquids which are not mixable under normal conditions. Emulsifiers are additives with a special structure by which they combine hydrophilic water attaching and lipophilic oil attaching elements. This is the picture show the emulsifier and the HLB value. You can show the opposite between the hydrophilic group and lipophilic group in start from the hydrophilic group from 0 up to 90. In the upside direction, the lipophilic group start from 100 to the 10. So as the HLB volume start from 0 down to 18. Emulsify rate in water with the low lipophilic emulsifier, and the other side with the high hydrophilic emulsifier. We show the function of the water in oil or oil in water. So this shows the advantage for emulsifying water in oil or advantage for emulsifier oil in water. So it's the function of the emulsifier and HLV value have been shown to all of you. Table 1 shows the hydrophilic lipophilic balance value of emulsifier used in feed. You can see that sorbitol distearate or span 65 have the HLB 2.1 when compared with the lower with the bile salt is an endogenous emulsifier have the HLB 19, and the sodium stearate to lactate. 21. So Bysol is a bioemulsifier with the HLB about 19 and molecular weight 430 gram per mole. It is shown an evidence of endogenous emulsifier which are very active in the GI tract of the young animal. This is the structure of emulsifier, how it works when get in the GI tract of the animal. For the left-hand side, show the oil in the water. We have show the hydrophilic head outside and the hydrophobic tail inside. That means let's allow the water get into the oil inside. From the right-hand side is water in oil. You can show the hydrophilic head is inside and the hydrophobic tail is outside. That means let the oil get into the water inside. So it's the structure of emulsifier that working in the GI tract of the animal. Emulsifier as synergies of Bysol. Neutral lipid like triglyceride in feed cannot be absorbed for itself. It can be absorbed after forming a fatty acid by lipase in intestine. To get efficient lipase extract, surface of fat should be maximized in the stomach, and fat droplet should be formed as smaller as possible. To achieve the approach status in stomach, Bysol and plenty of helping materials should be excited in the result. The most efficiency material is hydrophilic emulsifier. Point to select proper emulsifier as feed additive, especially for the young animal. Metabolism in digestive tract is proceeded on the basis of water. Therefore, easy digestible emulsifier in water is advantageous in the body compared to the other, which is easy digestible in oil. Because of the status of oil dispersed in water, applying hydrophilic emulsifier is advantageous in young monogastric feed. Advantage of emulsifier in feed. First, improve digestibility of fat by make fat droplets slide down and exchange surface with Bysol. Secondly, improve efficiency of lipase, help to form micelle more easily for improving the efficiency of fat absorption. Third, improves the solubility of protein and promotes the digestibility for protein by removing lipid membrane. Fourth, increase the gelatinine and promote the digestibility for starch by removing lipid. For mode of action of emulsifier, to increase the active surface of fats, allowing the action of lipase with hydrolyzed triglyceride molecule into fatty acids and monoglyceride. Flavor the formation of micelle consisting of lipolysis products. This is an essential step for lipid absorption as it creates a diffusion gradient that increases absorption. This the picture show of mode of action of emulsifier. Show the increasing the density of the nutrient. With the left hand side, show the non-additive of emulsifier. So not so easy enzyme to attack to digest the nutrient between fat, protein, and carbohydrate. The left-hand side shows the action of emulsifier. Emulsifier facilitate an enzyme to get into digest the nutrient, fat, carbohydrate, protein very easily. With the addition of emulsifier, show that the digestion of nutrient in the GI tract of the animal very easy to digest. Materials and methods. We're using the piglet 480 crossbred, weaning pig, Duloc, Yorkshire, and Landless, 28 days of age. The body weight we shoot close together from 8.64 to 8.65 kilo body weight. For experiment period, we use 34-day period for testing, start from 28 days up to 60 days of age. Housing, we use an evaporation house with environmentally regarded nursery pen throughout the study. For feed and feeding, we divide into 4 treatments with 4 replicates of 30 equal sex piglets. The diet was fed in mass form and given ad libitum, also the water. Experimental diet, we use the control Bockenline rice bran oil full fat soybean diet for the treatment 1. It's the PC diet. We didn't add any biacid. For treatment 2, treatment 3, and treatment 4, we deduct rice bran 0.7 in treatment 2, 1% in treatment 3, and 1.3% in treatment 4, and addition with 0.04% of biacid for treatment 2, 3, and 4. The biacid that we use in this experiment from Chang Dong Long Chang Animal Health Product Company Limited, China. For the price, we use here, that means 5 years ago, is 2,075 baht per kilo, but the update price now is 500 baht and 530 baht per kilo, with the potency increase from 20 potency to the 30 potency. For the table 1, show the composition of the experimental weaning piglet diet. You can see for the control treatment 1, we use Bockenline as the basal diet. We put soybean meal, fermented soybean meal, 46%, full fat soybean, and we have a rice bran oil in the treatment 1, 3.80% in the diet. So all the amino acid and everything is the same when compared with treatment 1 to treatment 2, 3, and 4, except for we deduct the rice bran oil from treatment 2 about 0.7, treatment 1, 1%, treatment 3, 4, 1.3%. Everything is the same level of the additive that we put in the formulation. So the composition of the calculation is with the crude protein 21.9%, it means almost 22%. All the treatment 1, treatment 2, treatment 3, and treatment 4. Again, metabolizable any year. With the treatment 1, 3,550, and also the treatment 2, treatment 3, and treatment 4. Statistic analysis, data for all response variable were analyzed one-way design by analysis of variance using the general linear model. Procedure of SAR system, multiple range test was used to determine treatment difference. All statements of the significance were based on the possibility level of 0.05. Results and discussion. Table 2 show the effect of addition by acid to the diet on the performance of weaning piglet. The initial weight we use in each treatment is 170 head per treatment. We have a final piglet deduct 1 head for treatment 1 and treatment 2, but no deduction on treatment 3 and treatment 4. So the survival rate of treatment 1 and treatment 2 is 99.17%. But for treatment 3 and treatment 4 have a 100 survival rate. For the final weight, you can see the evidence that increased by acid in the treatment 2, 3, and 4 show increase in body weight at termination, but not significant. Get the improvement of average body weight. For the treatment 2, 8.64%, treatment 3, 6.68%, and treatment 4, 2.48%. Look at the average daily gain. Get the improvement increase in average daily gain, but not significant, and had improvement the same as the body weight gain. For the treatment 2, 8.61% over the treatment 1, and 6.68% and 2.46% for treatment 3 and treatment 4 over the treatment 1. Look at the average daily feed intake. Feeding by acid in treatment 2, 3, and 4 get increase in feed intake. With the increasing treatment 2, 5.39% and 4.17% for treatment 3 and 0.12% for treatment 4. So this will show the increase in FCR or feed grain, that adding bile acid in the treatment 2, 3, and 4 get decreasing in FCR. That means improvement in FCR. For treatment 2, 3.07%. Treatment 3, 2.44%. And treatment 4, 2.58%. In this experiment, we also show the improvement in uniformity of body weight at termination. Adding bile acid in treatment 2, 3, and 4 get improvement of uniformity 2.30% for treatment 2, 2.50% for treatment 3, and 1.85% for treatment 4. Look at the feed cost per kilo of body weight. Adding bile acid in the diet show decreasing feed cost per kilo body weight significantly with the treatment 2, 3, 4 when compared with treatment 1. Get the decreasing 1 baht per kilo for treatment 2 over treatment 1 and 0.089 baht for treatment 3 and minus 1.01 baht over the treatment 1. So we show you the net profit per head. Feeding the bile acid in the diet get in benefit on net profit return over than the control diet. For treatment 2, get plus 102.16 baht per head for treatment 2 and 80.97 baht for treatment 3 and 43.33 baht for treatment 4. This is the picture on the termination during this trial of experiment. You can see very evident that for treatment 2, treatment 3, and treatment 4, compared with treatment 1, have the uniformity better and showing the body weight of more increase than the treatment 1. This is again show you the other view. You can show that very easily for treatment 2, treatment 3, and treatment 4 when compared with the treatment 1. In conclusion, bile acid supplemented in whole period of weaning piglet diet 34 days of testing. In evaluation, how show a beneficial effects on performance, enhancing nutrient, especially fat digestibility, and decreasing anti-nutritional factor in plant protein, resulting in an overall improvement of growth performance, feed efficiency, uniform body weight at termination, and feeder are comparable with the control group, but show higher economic benefit return and also increasing in return of investment when comparing with the control group. I would like to acknowledge Chăn Long Chăn Animal Health Product Company, Shandong, China, Siamese Intercore Limited, Thailand, Ryungsri Farm for providing the pig and the facility for this trial. Thank you for your attention.
Yawaman for the insightful sharing. I will invite Luis to join us back so that we can start the Q&A session together. Please open your camera, Dr. Yawaman and Luis. Dr. Yawaman. I think that we have some technical issue. Just we can bear some minutes to wait for Dr. Yawaman and Mr. Luis to join back. Hello, Luis.
Hi.
Hear me well from your side? So I can't
hear you clearly.
Now it's better? I got a few questions from the audience. So first question to you. If we feed this drug to swine, is there any problem when we use with other drugs? Will it impact the effectiveness of the drug? Luis, can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Okay, from your question, to
yes.
The one that is there any problem when we use with other drugs?
Yes.
I think they're asking about the plant extract, right? Euchomia almoides.
Yeah.
We did use together with antibiotics, neomycin. My customer using neomycin and also this plant extract together in the farm, and the effect is much better. Compared to using high dose of neomycin, they also cannot stop the diarrhea.
Right. So another question that if we use this drug, how many days that we can stop the diarrhea in swine? How long we can stop the diarrhea if we use this drug?
Okay, for your second question is
Please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Your second question is how many days to stop diarrhea, right? It took my customer 4 days to stop 10 sows from the hepatogenic diarrhea. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you very clearly.
Okay.
Thank you for your information. To Dr. Yawaman. Dr. Yawaman, are you ready? Mute. Can you unmute Dr. Yawaman? Dr. Yawaman, can you unmute and then we can start the answer from your side? Yes.
Yes.
To bring up the question from the audience to you. What acid or bioacid from that researcher used in the experiment? What kind of bioacid from that researcher used in the experiment in the laboratory?
You asked the question again. I cannot hear. Yeah.
What kind of bioacid from that researcher used in the experiment?
I can have trouble of the voice, please. You ask the question again, please, because the sound is not clear for me. Yeah, I cannot hear the sound. Yeah.
In the chat box for you the question that you can see.
ไม่ได้ I cannot hear. I cannot hear.
Just wait for a moment. I'll type the question in.
Please ask the question again.
What kind? You can look at the chat box. What kind of bioacid from that researcher used in the experiment?
What? ไม่ได้ยินเลย ไม่ได้ยิน ขอโทษที ไม่ได้ยินเลย ในแชทบอท cannot วันนี้
Find the question in the chat box.
What is? We use 0.04% of the bioacid in the diet. And we deduct the rice bran oil in the formulation because in the control diet treatment one, we use 3.85% of rice bran oil. And for treatment 2, we deduct 0.7, treatment 3, 1%, and treatment 4, 1.3% in the diet. We didn't deduct anything except for the rice bran oil in the diet.
Okay, thank you.
Is it clear?
Yeah.
And we use the bioacid 0.04 for the all four treatment 2, 3, 4. We use the same level addition in the diet.
Thank you, Dr. Yawaman. So for all the audience, I would like to ask if you still have questions to Dr. Yawaman and Mr. Louis Chăn. You can type in your question in the box so that I can see and let Dr. Yawaman and Mr. Louis know to answer your question live. We still have some more time.
Yeah. In my experience, using the bioacid in the diet, it showed me very evident that the digestibility of especially fat in the diet and also the carbohydrate and protein will increase when compared with the control. And we get the quite more uniformity at termination. You can see the picture that I showed to you already. So all the people use the bioacid, the farm that I do the experiment, they are very, very glad, and used to be used the bile acid in their diet because it really evident when compare the uniformity at termination for the people that raising the piglet for sale.
Thank you for very clear answer. I think that this information are all very useful to the swine industry. I think that come to the time, so we took the Q&A session here, and thank you again for being here with us, joining us today, and share with us a lot of useful knowledge. So once again, if on behalf of Informa Market, I would like to express thank you to Mr. Louis Chăn and Dr. Yawaman for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Goodbye. So the next section.
Goodbye.
The next section, also the last session for today, is highlight a very hot topic: how to prevent and control African swine fever. We will welcome Mr. Terry Edmonds, high care specialist pigs from the stripper groups, also our silver sponsor for the webinar today. Edmund is experienced in coaching pig farms all over the world to improve their hygiene in and around the stables. He also coaches the farm staff in a practical way in the stable, so there is a maximal impact on the practical implementation. He will share with us today his knowledge in how to control the hygiene, and thus we can prevent and control African swine fever. This presentation will be presented in English only. Let's welcome Terry. Terry, please open your camera to start the session.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I hope you can hear and see me.
Good morning, Terry.
Good morning. Good afternoon to you. Can you hear me well?
Yes, get very clear. You can start share your presentation.
Very great. Very great. All right. I'll see if I'll have the settings to share my screen. Let me just take the presentation. Make it a little bit bigger. Is the presentation clear to see?
I can see it very clearly.
Very clearly. All right. That's all I needed. All I needed to hear. So now 2 minutes before the scheduled time. That's good. So then I'll have some extra time to talk today. And thanks everyone for joining this webinar. Thanks for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here to contribute in a story about biosecurity and pig farming. I'll hope that all of you participants can learn something from my experience today. So the topic today is biosecurity in pig farms and the prevention of ASF. And I'd like to guide you through my experience in the last years with biosecurity. I'm working as an international hygiene specialist for the Shippers Group, and I started doing that in 2016 in Denmark. I've guided Danish farmers for approximately 4 years towards better biosecurity level on their farms. And I did that indeed, as Michelle already mentioned, with a very practical approach. And that's also my experience comes from the fact that I'm grown up on a pig farm. So my daily practical insights help me in my daily work. And I've also experienced that hygiene is something that needs to be done in the stable. We can speak very theoretically about biosecurity, but the smallest mistakes on farm level, they can have very big influence. If one ASF virus, if one germ will hit the farm, then the farm will get infected. So today, I'm working as a specialist for the Asia market, guiding distributors and customers, bigger integrators in the Asian countries. Biggest focus is on China, Vietnam, and Thailand. So a small introduction about myself. I think for those of you who don't know the Shippers Group, I'll also like to quickly introduce our company. In the background, you can see our newly finished head office in the Netherlands in Hapert. You're all very welcome when travel restrictions are lifted again. About the Shippers Group, we are still a family-owned business focusing on hygiene in hygiene management in livestock farming for over 50 years now. I think this year we celebrate our 53rd anniversary. We're a company focusing on in-house manufacturing of hygiene products. We do that with our own R&D department, research and development. And we currently focus on hygiene with more than 420 employees. So we have quite a company that's quite big all over the world, just focusing on hygiene management. About the Shippers Group, I think what's also good is to understand the 3 different brands that we're selling globally to better understand the company. From right to left on my screen, I hope it's not mirrored. MS Shippers, the one-stop shop for livestock farmer. We have as part of our company is focusing on distribution of all kinds of products that farmers need. We try to be the Amazon or the Alibaba from the farmer. Then the brand in the middle is MS Gold, and it represents the full line of hygiene products that we produce in-house. All the hygiene products we believe that the farmer needs to implement optimal biosecurity programs in their farms. And the third one is High Care, because with High Care, we have developed a hygiene management approach that focuses not only on just selling a product, but focus on the solution. With buying a product, it doesn't necessarily mean always that the farmer receives a solution in his farm. So we make sure that we guide farmers with our own developed products towards the solution in their farms, because it's the solution that farmers are after. And that sometimes needs some guidance. In the Asia markets, we don't focus on the MS Shippers brand, so we fully focus on the MS Gold and High Care brand. And it's also those brands that we like to keep building on in the next decades to come. We believe with our MS Gold line products, we can help farmers all around the world. So if you are interested after my presentation to get in touch with us, then please visit our website or contact us directly. I think my contact information is provided with you. So let's get to the topic of today. And when I'm speaking about biosecurity, we are speaking about not moving germs in theory. And normally we divide that into 4 different routes, because infection can be spread via many different ways. So the different routes of infection, we divide in external, internal. We have 2 different groups in internal, because we can spread germs from group to group or from room to room in your farm. Think about from one weaner section to the next, or think about from the weaner section in your farm to the farrowing section in your farm, or vice versa. We can have internally within a group, from animal to animal. So think about a piglet with diarrhea we can easily spread E. coli from one farrowing pen to the next, to the next, to the next. And in time is between groups in time. It's because in farming we use the same stable to produce many rounds, many batches per year. And when the pigs are ready, they go out. Then normally 3 days or 5 days or 1 week later, sometimes 1 day later, a new batch of pigs comes in. And when this batch of pigs arrives, it's very important that they don't get in touch with any of the bacteria or diseases from the previous inhabitants of that room. So normally we refer to cleaning and disinfection. So these 4 different categories, they always are very central in any biosecurity program. So do the diseases come from outside? Are they already inside? How can we manage them? And make sure that when they are inside, we make sure when we can, we fully take them away. We believe that an integral approach based on 5 different pillars can help there. Today, I will not have the time to go through all different pillars. So we will only focus on the first one, but at least let me explain a little bit about all 5. The first one is a germ-free living environment, in which we focus on killing all the germs in the farm where we can kill them. Porphyry surfaces we use to put a layer of epoxy coating on all the concrete surfaces, because we believe that everything related to hygiene is important, that the cleaning capacity of the environment is very optimal. Concrete is more difficult to clean than plastic, so we can make some additional steps. With pest-free sheds, we control the flies, the rats, and the mice in the farm. With optimal care, we support the pigs as good as possible with additives through the drinking water system. And with clean drinking water, we make sure that those additives don't fight with any biofilm in the pipes, just by making sure that the water lines are completely clean. So focus on the environment and everything around in and around the farm. So back to my baseline for today, the different routes of disinfection. This is also a little bit my agenda for today's meeting. So what I like to do, I like to start first with external biosecurity, the topic on the left, and later go internally, and finally let's have a look at the cleaning and disinfection. So started with external biosecurity, also brings me a little bit back to the head topic of today's meeting, prevention of ASF. And maybe the prevention of ASF starts with the question, how do pigs get infected with ASF? And there's many different ways how pigs can get infected. It can be through water, through feed, through rodents. I already spoke about rodent control, pests, but also people, materials, or just from pig to pig. And it's those places where there's overlap, we need to pay some extra attention in controlling the environment and controlling also the external biosecurity procedures. And how we believe we can do that best is based on quite a total approach. And that approach I have divided into a couple of subjects. I think it's 7 subjects, which I will take you through in the next few minutes to explain you a little bit better in depth. What you can see here on the picture is a farm setup and how we normally like to divide the farm when it comes to biosecurity lines on the farm. So briefly going through those subjects, setting up biosecurity zones, so we create perimeters, introducing a visitor protocol, transportation hygiene, think about all the trucks, etc. that comes to the farm. We have carcass management. I think maybe dead pig management or the pigs who died at the farm is that's maybe the best way to explain it. Supply and delivery of animals, supply of goods, and the approach to rodents. So the best way to start, I always say, is to set up biosecurity zones around your farm. So when there's no fences or no zones in and around the farm, then we don't have a lot of safety in order to prevent diseases from outside to inside. So the best way is the three-way system, in our opinion, is by creating a biosecurity zone around the farm, set up a production zone inside the biosecurity zone, and then your final biosecurity step is entering the stables. And every time when you set up a zone, there can be added an additional biosecurity step. So how do I explain that? For example, when you enter the biosecurity zone and you want to go to the production zone, there can be a step, for example, that when a truck needs to go here, the truck needs to be disinfected before it can go from one zone to the other zone. Or for example, when people come in, the people need to clean and disinfect their hands or change their clothes before they come in. The amount of additional steps that you want to take, that they can be as big as you want. It can be from changing boots to a full shower. But the idea is to set up zones in and around the farm. So we take extra cuts. And every time when we make a cut, we bring an extra safety in our procedure. Because it's very easy to bring ASF towards the farm. For example, on the shoes that you used also to walk, I don't know, doing groceries, or when you've been having a walk in the forest or whatever. If you've been outside, you've been in possible contact with ASF germs, and you don't want to bring them as near to the farm as you can. So setting up biosecurity zones, I think, a very important step in order to prevention of ASF. I took some pictures. Actually, I believe that one of those pictures also from Vietnam. The first one is from a farm in the Netherlands. So there can be many different ways of setting up biosecurity zones. What I normally like is we do it with a fan, with a gate, so things are locked from outside. And what I also like very much is, for example, the picture in the middle, you see that the feed bins have been installed outside the farm. So you have a biosecurity zone, and the feed bins are installed near the biosecurity zone. So the trucks, they only need to enter one zone to drop the feed to the bins. That means that you have an additional step with that truck, and that's actually a good thing. Another option is on the farm on the right side, that you just put the bins completely on the outside, so they can be filled from outside the biosecurity zone, and with long transportation lines, the feed can just go towards the farm, and that makes it again an additional biosecurity step. There's many ways, but I definitely believe it's important to set them up. Yeah, the next step is the visitor protocol. And visitor protocol also is a very important one, because many research show that it's basically people who move the ASF virus. It starts, of course, with a quarantine procedure, but even if people have been not with pigs for 1 week, when they come towards the farm, they can get in contact with the ASF virus outside the farm, or just by traveling towards the farm. And when they go there, it's important that those chances get minimized to a maximum. And what really helps is creating a visitor protocol with 2 different steps. It's an entry, which is completely locked from the inside. We normally like to make it completely a red environment and paint the walls red, etc., because it's outside. Then people go in a shower, we are a big fan of the 3-step shower system. So inside the shower, you take your old clothes or your own clothes and you drop them in a cabin. I hope it's clear to see in the picture on the top. Then you go in the shower zone. In the middle, you shower. And in the 3rd step, you come out in the green area again, when you are fully washed. Also, additional steps can be taken in the shower. I see that quite some farms in the Netherlands today, they work with automatic shower systems. You open the shower, when you come in, it locks for 5 minutes or 3 minutes. You need to stand there, shower for 3 minutes so people cannot avoid it. And then when entering the farm, you are fully, completely washed. A UV box can be added in the middle of the line. In case you want to take your phone with you in the farm, or you want to take something with you in the farm. First rules, of course, is always try not to take anything in the farm, but in case you have to, use a UV box with some additional disinfection. A very important step to execute correctly. An example that I have that is a little bit the opposite is that I see many showers globally that are entered and exit from the same site. In case that happens, then the people are just completely washed, they're completely clean, and they have an overlap in going out again. So when you bring germs with you on your way into the shower, you can pick them up on your way out of the shower. That's why we are a big fan of the 3-step shower system. As well as people need to shower and need to lose their germs, the same happens with trucks. Of course, with trucks, it's a little bit more difficult than with people. I think I can say that. So it depends a little bit where you are, which area you need to take. Do you collect pigs or do you collect maybe just feed? Is it a supply of goods or whatever? In that case, when a truck needs to come in, we try to work with low and high risk areas. Animal transportation, in a low risk area, we take less steps than we do that in a high risk area. That can be in a country where there is ASF and in a country where there's no ASF, but it can also be entering the biosecurity zone or entering the production zone. Because if you need to collect pigs, sometimes you need to enter the production zone. Same for general transportation of goods or feed. Low risk area, we take less steps than we do it in a high risk area. If you want to have a look at the area overview, there's always 3 steps that I like to be separated when it comes to a truck entering the farm. First, we need to wash them. That's something we do with water and always with a detergent. Then there's an inspection and control area. This area is the most forgotten area in my opinion, because sometimes we wash, we disinfect, but we just see that sometimes there's still germs or shit from the pigs still in the truck, and that's what we try to disinfect. So make sure you always check, inspect before you disinfect. And try to use these 3 steps dependent on where you are in terms of risks. So with animal transportation, it's always these 3 steps. General transportation, maybe we just inspect the truck and disinfect. Let me see. So a few examples, actually from high focus to low focus. On the left, you see a full line in where trucks get cleaned and disinfected, all following a procedure in order to enter a big farm. In the middle, you see an automatic disinfection gate in order to disinfect trucks on their way in. So for example, when they need to enter the production zone or need to enter the biosecurity zone to deliver feed or whatever. And the last one, it's a very simple automated disinfection gate for trucks where the risk is a little bit lower. So again, everything is about the risk. Then carcass management, or basically the management of dead animals. Yeah, I don't put any dead animals in my picture. I don't think that's very nice to show here. But I like to show you a little bit our thoughts in order to handling carcasses or handling dead pigs. Because what we like to do in this case is to bring in additional steps in order to make sure that the dead pigs can go out. I think everyone knows is that dead pigs, they need to go away from the farm. And when we do that, they normally go from the stables, outside the production zone and outside the biosecurity zone. So we are moving them within zones. Now, when we do so, there's also a risk because we are passing zones. And we're not just passing zones just ourselves, we're passing zones with dead animals. So the biosecurity steps are important. Now, what is the optimum procedure is to make sure you have an area near the farm where you can create the first biosecurity step. For example, that's by digging a hole to make sure that the carcass bin can stand lower than the stable, as you can see on the picture here. So in this farm, the people come out with the dead pigs, drop them in the bins, and from the outside, the people open the door, take away the bins. This is the perfect way to make sure that the bins with the dead animals can be moved towards another area. Bins are also a lot easier to move than pigs. So for example, when you want to move one pig from one zone to another zone, yeah, they can lose blood from the nose, they can lose liquid fluids. So try always to put the dead animals in some kind of bins and then move them from one zone to the other zone. And for the professional integrated farms, this can be a good solution, but for the smaller farms, any type of bin will do the trick. I already spoke a little bit about the delivery of animals, and I think also recently I've read quite some articles about things going wrong in terms of biosecurity when it comes to the delivery of animals. What we see is that there is a few options in setting up cuts in terms of biosecurity. What I like a lot is the system we implemented on this farm. And that's why I took some pictures to show you today. So in this farm, we have an extension behind the building, in where we used two different colors with epoxy coating, one yellow inside the farm and one red outside the farm. The people inside and outside the farm, they don't have any contact. They are fully separated when it comes to contact. They have different boots, different clothes, completely separated. And in order to make sure that the pigs cannot walk in the red area and walk back to the yellow area, we made a small slide in this farm. A small slide is operated via an optimized handle. So the door can open, pig can go out, door can close. And there's a small slide, and the slide, I think it's difficult to see on the picture, but the slide is, I think 20 to 30 centimeters lower. So the pigs, they slide, like we did when we were young children in the playground. We slide a little bit down. Of course, it's a safe slide, and the pigs cannot walk up again. So we minimize the contact from outside to inside. and that there we do a major biosecurity step in order to preventing diseases coming from the truck. Even though we disinfected the truck, still diseases from the truck or diseases from the driver, the truck driver, that can go back into the farm. And that is, again, a major step in the biosecurity protocol. Of course, this cannot be implemented in every farm, but my suggestion is to at least try to adapt the theories of this procedure into your farm. Make sure there's no possible contact from the people inside the farm with the truck driver. Again, an additional step. If you want to do it even better, you can implement an additional overload station. And then again, that means that the loading of pigs is divided between different zones. There's one truck considered to be a clean truck, which is always present in the production zone. So this is a solution for the bigger farms. It can also be a smaller truck or whatever, who will move the pigs from the biosecurity zone towards the overload station. And then there is a truck from outside who will pick up the pigs from the overload station and bring them to the slaughterhouse or bring them to the next farm, for example. And then you have an additional biosecurity step. So in case there's one ASF germ who came through, the risk is not so bad compared to the first one. Again, these type of risks, you keep adding them up in terms of biosecurity risks. To think about the bigger the farm, the more steps you maybe like to secure. Then the supply of goods. We talked a lot about things going out of the farm, such as pigs, but also things going in the farm is quite important when we look to biosecurity programs. Supply of small goods. And we need a lot of small goods in our farms to run the operation. It's important we use UV light to disinfect things coming in. We can use quarantine procedures in these boxes to make sure that the germs who still survive also get killed by time. For small material, this is the best solution. We install them on the edge of the production zone and of stables. For big material, we like a circulating quarantine procedure combined with fogging of disinfection. The bigger the material, the bigger the risk normally. So here you see an example of a quarantine protocol that we implement in a farm in the Netherlands. There is 3 doors, and every week from the outside, only one door can be opened. Also, a different door on the inside can be opened. So there's always 2 doors closed, inside, outside, and there's one door open on the outside and one door open on the inside. And every week we change those doors. Every week we change those doors. So for a minimum period of time, the supplies are standing always 2 weeks in quarantine, because the door is closed for 2 weeks and then the next door goes open. So supplies always are delivered. Every day of the week, supplies can be delivered, but only 1 week in the 3 weeks, the supplies can be taken into the farm. If you want to do something extra, use some disinfection in order to kill the final bacteria. Then approach to rodents. I think, of course, with poison we can do a lot. We can kill rodents around the farm. But even without using poison, we can do additional steps. For example, the shells or just small stones. The rats don't like to walk on small, sharp stones. So every material that you can put a layer around your farm, for example, around the production zone fence, it helps to prevent rats from walking towards your farm. Of course, the rats will be attracted by all the feed that they can smell in the farm. So they like to go there. But the moment they need to walk on stones, they back off. The rats that do still come in, that's the rats that we like to kill with poison. so we can set up a better control system. And I like a lot that we use digital monitoring for where the rats come in. So boxes labeled and monitor the take-in. Because if you monitor the take-in, you know the areas where the poison intake is higher than other areas. If you do the same with outside and inside, so you monitor the boxes outside and you monitor the boxes inside, you know where the rats enter your farm. So you know where you have a biosecurity breach. So it means that the rats don't shower, the rats don't use quarantine. The rats can have been in contact with a dead wild boar, they don't shower, and they walk in your farm in the same day. They are definitely a risk for ASF. So monitoring, very important. And that indeed leads me through my way of external biosecurity. And I think those pillars combined, they maximize your chances of holding off ASF viruses from the outside. Then the next step is what I like to do is have a look at internal biosecurity. Not necessarily ASF any longer, but there's many diseases in a farm we like to control. Think about E. coli, Lawsonia, Salmonella, but also if we have influenza in the farm or if we are positive to Mycoplasma or whatever, we like to control the diseases that we already have, Streptococcus, whatever, group to group or within a group. And then again, we have the same way of working. Little bit different subjects because inside the farm we need to take different steps. We set up hygiene zones using the color system. We use footwear hygiene, we use hand hygiene, material hygiene, carcass management. Again, it's important also internally to move around the dead pigs with a system, and finally animal treatment. We are a very big fan of setting up color system between zones, changing boots between zones, for example, because with the boots you can bring E. coli from one group to another group, or Salmonella or Streptococcus. If you change boots, you make an additional cut within your farm. And so biosecurity normally is making a lot of different cuts to make sure you don't spread diseases. And the color system can really help because visualizing makes it more strong for people to understand and to follow also the rules inside the farm. An easy way to separate the rooms is by installing booths on the inside of the door. So when people open the door, they can take booths for this specific room, use an overstep to put on the booths, and check all the pigs in the room. And when they go back to the corridor, they change again to the corridor booths. In that way, you don't move the diseases from the 100 kilo pigs to the 25 kilo pigs, or from the 30 kilo pigs to the 7 kilo pigs, making cuts. It takes more time, but when you get used to it, in the end, it doesn't matter any longer. It's a one-time investment of putting boots on stock, but yeah, you use them less, so you can use them also for more years. So it basically is a one-time investment in biosecurity. Footwear hygiene, as I was learned by one of my former teachers in Germany, when I was working on a farm there, they told me, boots always needs to be upside down or on your feet. When you put the boots upside down, you force yourself to visually check if they are clean or not. And again, when they are not clean, you can clean them better. And if at least once a day or every time we take them out, we make sure our boots are perfectly clean, we take a huge step in not spreading diseases, because your boots are maybe your biggest risk. You can use additional disinfection, of course, again, to kill them. Hand hygiene. Besides the boots, with our hands, we touch many things. And that's why we recommend to use gloves first. And second, use some special alcohol disinfection to kill the major amount on top of your gloves. So what we do, we disinfect gloves. May sound strange, but if you want to use this many alcohol on top of your hands, it's not really positive for the microbes on top of your hand. So that's why we like to use boots of the gloves. And the gloves we can just take away, no problems. And it's a big step in order to make sure that we have no problems with moving diseases. When the boots are important, hands are important. Of course, also all the material that we use inside the farm is also important. Because with the material, we can still bring bacteria between areas or between rooms. Again, using the color system in controlling different areas, you can do with your materials. We like to use all the tools that we need to use in a section. We like to have them in a specific color. So all the brooms and all the pedals and boards, we buy them for one color. They stay in one section and they don't go out. They don't go out of this section, so they stay completely in. One of the final steps when it comes to internal biosecurity is again handling the dead pigs. I think, as I mentioned you on the outside, it's important we don't use the diseases, we don't move diseases with dead pigs between zones. And it is again a biosecurity breach, but also it's a biosecurity breach on the inside, because in the farm we don't want to move the blood that can leak from the nose on the corridors inside the farm. So use wheelbarrows to move the pigs. Use some slide-throughs so you can pass them through the other side of the wall, for example, and then use some easy tools to clean and disinfect all the tools that you've used to handle the dead pigs. And the final step in internal biosecurity is needles, because we do a lot of animal treatments on a daily basis in the farm. And we need to make sure that the pigs that need injections, they need to stay safe. And so we need to inject them occasionally with iron, but sometimes with vaccine, and if possible, medicine. Try to not move bacteria with your needles. If you use your needle in one pig, you can easily move bacteria to the next pig, to the next pig, to the next pig, and infect them all with the same disease. It's important to change the needles where possible, or if possible, use a needle-free system in order to prevent that risk. A little bit looking at the time, it's very good that we are moving towards the final subject when it comes to the roots of infection. We spoke about external biosecurity, we spoke about internal biosecurity, but there's one more part that needs additional attention, and that's the in-time biosecurity, or maybe better referred to as cleaning and disinfection. When the stables get empty, a new batch of pigs is ready to come in. We need to clean and disinfect it and make sure there are no bacteria waiting for them to get infected with directly. We believe cleaning and disinfection is combining the right products with application tools, with some coaching, good monitoring, and a service in order to also maintain the highest standards of hygiene, such as high care. Let me take you through the basics a little bit. When we look to cleaning and disinfection, taking swabs at different stages of the process, for example, immediately after emptying the stable, we can find 50 million pathogens in 1 square centimeter. If we clean with just cold water wash, remove all the bacteria, of course, we cleaned most of the bacteria away, but there's still 20 million bacteria left behind. It's a reduction of 30 million. The second step we need to do is the same step that we all do when we wash our hands, or we take a shower ourselves, or we do the dishes. It's cleaning with a detergent. We go from 20 million down to 100,000. We do that, reduction, 20 million bacteria. The final step is disinfection. Very important step, but just a reduction of 100,000. We see that in farming, most steps are going wrong in terms of cleaning. That's why we strongly believe that cleaning is the most important step and the most underestimated step. Many people do a proper disinfection, but they do it on top of still residues of organic material. Let me explain you that. When we talk about cleaning and disinfection, when we talk about cleaning, we talk about different types of barn pollution. Some of them is organic, some of them is inorganic. The major amount is organic. Organic pollution, we have manure, feed, and skin fats. Together with inorganic pollution can be iron, calcium, or manganese. The organic pollution consists about the layer of water, minerals, proteins, and fats. And the biggest risk is that they can contain pathogens. They can provide food to microorganisms in the area. And they can be a disinfectant barrier. Very important to remember is that we cannot disinfect shit. So when there is a risk of organic material still present before we disinfect, then that's a big risk because we cannot obtain maximum results with disinfectants. So again, first, clean properly, then disinfect. I'd like to show you that a little bit with this drawing. I'd like to take you through the steps with some pictures. The first picture shows a little bit the first step. So cleaning from a dirty environment. I have some pictures from a farming farm in the Netherlands. So 50 million pathogens. Clean with high pressure water and remove the layer of manure, the top layer. In this plastic farm, it's very visual that there's still some organic pollution left behind. On the bottom picture, I think it's clear to see. This layer we call the protein or fat layer. We need to remove this layer with a proper detergent. We use our top foam range to do that. High quality detergents make sure that it's possible to remove the layer of fats and proteins in order to make sure that the environment is completely free of any organic material before you start to disinfect. And then the final step can be executed using the proper disinfection to make sure that the final amount of germs, 100,000 per centimeter we spoke about earlier, can be killed. This is a very important additional step to make sure that the last bacteria are killed. What I see in many farms that goes wrong is that people start to put disinfection on top of a barrier of fats and proteins. When this happens, you still have organic material interfering with your process. So I rather put some additional time and effort in the cleaning program before I start to focus on final disinfection. So a summary, we clean first away all the major organic pollution. Then we use soap in order to make sure that, I think I switched two pictures. We use soap to remove the final layer of organic pollution. And then when the stable is completely clean, we use disinfectant to kill it. Choosing the right product. That is one of the first things that's important in setting up a program. I see many farms in different types of categories. When I visit farms, I always check if I can find static pollution, visually or by ATP. If I find minimal static pollution, a lot of static pollution, lots of static pollution, or maybe sometimes extreme amounts of static pollution. I know there's a lot of pollution interfering with our program. We want to be in category 1. We want to be in making sure there's no static pollution interfering with our cleaning program. What's important when you're choosing a product? We always look at the center circle. Combination, quality of product, contact time between the product, temperature, and the power of the high pressure washer. Temperature and the power of the high pressure washer. As a soap producer, we don't have much influence, but we can make sure that the quality of the product and the contact time between the product and the dirt maintained. So choosing for a product with a high contact time, up to 2 hours, make sure that the organic material can be very long in contact with the detergent, with the cleaning agents inside the detergent, to make sure that it's much more easy to remove the organic material in the complete section. And so not just a few pans foaming and then cleaning. Yeah, put foam in the complete section so we can very easily clean it. Then when we come from cleaning to disinfecting, it's important to understand the different types of diseases, because when you choose a disinfectant, you want to make sure that you can kill all necessary things. Bacteria, viruses, fungi, and parasites, we all need to kill them. When you're choosing a plan based on different ingredients of disinfectants, because normally we combine different ingredients, you try to have as much as overlap in your program, in your standard program as possible. We believe combination of butyraldehyde and quaternary ammonium compounds have most overlap in all diseases that we want to kill in the farm, except for coccidia. That needs to be an additional approach. Yeah, let me take me through. We do that in a combination of butyraldehyde and quaternary ammonium compounds formed in the product Megadis Novo. It's an independently product tested against African swine fever, independently tested, and it can kill ASF 99%, 25% dosage. Standard dosing rate is 75% with an exposure time of 5 minutes. So very low in contact and very low in time. We see very high efficiency. It's a powerful foaming disinfectant to make sure that it can have high contact with all the walls, not disinfect the floors, also disinfect the walls. There's no discoloration of material, a broad range of action, it's non-corrosive to the material in your farm, high humidification and deep cleaning, and effective in presence of little bits of organic material. Also very important, as I mentioned, as I didn't mention before, is that this is a product without formaldehyde. Formaldehyde has been proven to be a very effective agent, but formaldehyde in farming is a very dangerous disinfectant to use. Formaldehyde can cause cancer to people. We believe that the combination of butyraldehyde with the quaternary ammonium compounds is a more sustainable disinfectant to use in the future. Also, regulations in Europe make sure that formaldehyde disinfectants are not allowed in pig farming any longer. So try to make sure you'll be safe for your people and you have a disinfectant ready for the future. Then the final steps in my presentation, they go about the additional things that we do in a high care program. Because I talked about cleaning being important, I talked about disinfectant being important, I talked about the product, choosing the right product, but additionally, there's more things that can go wrong besides choosing the right product. Application, coaching, monitoring, and service. Let me start with application tools. When you are foaming or disinfecting in your farm, make sure that you always have the correct concentration of the appropriate product. Use tools such as our own developed systems to make sure that you always have 2% of soap. You always have 0.75% of disinfection. Many farmers use a foam gun, and it's very easy to use the wrong concentration. Also, what we like, again, we like to be safe for our people. So a system that's safe in operation and avoids contact with pure product. Also systems that are easy to operate, that you can switch between rinsing, foaming, and disinfecting very easily. Make sure you choose the right tools in the right situation. There's different tools: spraying, foaming, haze, mist, and fog. If you want to focus on standard cleaning and disinfection processes, doing a foaming cleaning and a foaming disinfectant normally does the trick. If you want to take additional steps by disinfecting the complete room, for example, try to use mist to blow mist in the area, or use fog, so a hot fogging source, in order to make sure that we can create a smoke that covers the complete room. So even the last bits of disinfection will be killed. Last bacteria will be killed. Foaming is important, especially when you have concrete surface. If you have concrete surfaces, there can be germs hiding in the concrete. If you have a layer of foam on top, it can sink inside and kill the last pieces. Monitoring. In the HiCap program, we developed the HiCheck system. It's an online scoring program or an app on your phone that farmers can use to take pictures and to take scores from their cleaning process. It can be downloaded all over the world. A digital dashboard is used to provide insights in the up-to-date cleaning standards. So farmers have tools now to see if the cleaning is correct or not, even when they are not inside the farm. Coaching. I believe that there's a lot of new people entering farms on a daily basis. And it's important that they understand the why and the how behind cleaning and disinfection. So that's why we provide training for staff, online and offline, in combination with local teams or with distributors. And we make sure that people are always working by the right protocols. Always use the soap in the right way, use the disinfection in the right way. Finally, service. To make sure that we have the right result, it's important that we also check and maintain that. So we set up a digital service platform. We set up direct lines between farm manager and hygiene specialists. And we use benchmarking parameters for tools that we calibrated on farms all over the world. Think about ATP swaps, think about Rodak plates, or think about visual score assessments. And that brings us to my final slide, and also my take-home message from today. And I believe that biosecurity is more than just a product. Biosecurity is making sure that you focus on all the important things in the farms to make sure that diseases don't enter and diseases don't spread. Thanks for your attention. And if you have any questions, I think there's still 7 minutes left. Also, of course, feel free to visit our website or take contact with us.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you for introducing us the biosecurity ecosystem. I got a few questions for you from the audience. So the first question would be, where and how do you store the vaccines for the pigs? Are they also stored quarantined for 2 weeks? How do you disinfect them to ensure that they will not carry any pathogens?
Yeah, that depends a little bit on the procedure. They are not stored for 2 weeks normally. I see some farmers, they trust the supplier that everything inside the box is clean. So that means that, for example, you disinfect the outside of the box, you put the box in UV light, and then take it into the farm. But I also see farmers who take out every bottle and disinfect it by separated. But in general, I think you can trust the suppliers that everything inside the box is clean. So make sure that the vaccines are well packed in boxes so you can disinfect the outside.
All right, thanks for the answer. Another question also from the same audience, Mr. Pantronillo, I believe from Philippines. How do you disinfect the supplies, especially the veterinary medicines in the storage area? So what disinfectant do you use?
A good question. Yeah, normally we use the smoke. We try to create a smoke disinfection. So the veterinary products, they come in, we put them in shelves, and then we use a fogger to create a smoke. And smoke disinfection, we do that with non-corrosive agents. And that is again a combination of glutaraldehyde and quaternary ammonium compounds. So for example, our own Megadus Novo. So we use, we try to make, let me show you the smoke in the area. Of course, we use smaller devices than the ones we use in big farms.
All right, thanks for the answer. How do you sterilize the feed? What is the most practical method of sterilization? From Vincent.
Yeah, difficult question. Because with feed, we have a biosecurity risk. That biosecurity risk starts with maybe wild boars walking through the grain that finally ends up as feed in our farms. And what we know is that in the feed production, heating the feed up or sterilizing the feed inside the production is a major step that can be done. And we have experience also from Romania that by installing palletizers and by turning grain into pellets, we make sure that we really reduce the risk of ASF infection through feed. But sterilization is very difficult because the contact with the feed is also very difficult. There is situations where ozone is used or organic acids are used, but yeah, I think a 100% killing rate can only be reached by pelletizing the feed and heating it up completely until I think 70 or 80 degrees for a longer period. So pelletizing would be the best thing to do. And additionally, you can use, I think, organic acids. That will be a good way on farm. And speaking about biosecurity, yeah, there's two things important when it comes to feed. It's both the feed, of course, inside the truck, but also the truck that comes and delivers the feed, because it transports through an area where it can pick up ASF.
I see. Interesting. So one more question. Soap will not kill ASF, but disinfection will. So you're saying that cleaning is more important than disinfection. Why?
Yes, very good question. Of course, soap will not kill ASF. So soap is not the step that you can take just by itself, but also disinfection will be a very riskful step if that's the only one you take. We need to make sure that the disinfectant can fully penetrate into the germs. And when the environment, if we're speaking about stable or speaking about a truck, or we speak about every kind of surface, is polluted with organic material, we first need to remove it. Because everything what we can remove, we don't need to kill any longer and will not function as the disinfectant barrier that will interfere with our disinfection process. So always proper cleaning, then finally disinfection.
Thank you for your sharing. And I think we have a few more questions, but since the time is limited, so one last question. Can you update do we have vaccine that against ASF now in the world?
Sorry, if we have vaccine?
Yes, if we got vaccine against ASF already in the world?
Oh, I am not aware of that. My expertise lies fully in prevention and not necessarily in vaccination.
All right. Thank you, Terry. And got another question from the audience. So I'm not sure if you have in hand now the video, but Mr. Edward, a request that can you show us a video that would show how the movement of people, the trucks, and pigs in this biosecurity facility?
What you mean in the farm where we load the pigs?
Yeah. Do you have like a demonstrated video that show the whole movement, the whole process?
I don't think I have a full video, but I can see if I have maybe a small video that shows you the first installation of the delivering the animals. This was before we applied the epoxy coating. Let me see if I can make the quality a little bit better. So this is before we applied the epoxy coating. We were doing some tests. So here you see the slide opening. You see the area where the pigs cannot run back.
Not yet see the slide. Can you share your screen?
Oh, I think you stopped me from sharing. How do I?
Host, can you allow for?
Yeah, I'll have it. Can you see this screen?
Yeah, we can see it now.
Of course, a very modern way of implementing biosecurity, but very easy and well adjusted step. The slide makes sure that the pigs cannot run back, and we trigger the door on our way towards the stable again. So we close and make sure that pigs cannot run back in the farm. In terms of people, because I think the question also was related to the people entry. See if I'll have some. I don't have a lot of movies about that, but I think I have some pictures that I'll maybe make it more clear. So the first thing we do is we have the storage lockers for the clothes from the outside. Then the second thing is that the people can take the shower. They close with a handle, they close outside and they have inside. I think I have a better picture here. Store the clothes, close the door. Then you take the shower in the middle area and you take on company clothes in the outside area. And using that, that's only one lock. So using this stainless steel bar, it allows us to open the door again on the end for the people who are waiting on the front again. So we have a little bit more privacy in the area as well. If you have more questions about this, then maybe send a message, and then we can have a deeper discussion about it.
Thank you, Terry. For the audience that you may interest for the products from Terry and the shipper group, you can leave your email address in the chat box, and the team can help to contact you after this webinar. Once again, thank you, Terry, for joining the session today. On behalf of Informa Market, would like to say thank you to you.
No problem. You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, Before we end the webinar, I would encourage you to help completing the survey for better improvement in the coming webinar series. And I also like to remind you that we have a giveaway of a book called Swine Diseases in Asia. So the winner will be announced on Asia Livestock Hub. And Asia Livestock Hub is the online leading platform for livestock, feed, meat, and aquaculture industry in Asia. So find out more there if you are the lucky one to win the gift from the webinar. Once again, on behalf of Informa Market, I would like to express big thanks to all of you here, including our sponsor, ABC, Roma, Scoff Asia, Shandong Longchan Animal Health, Agro Funky, Shipper Groups, and Invest Group. And to all the speaker and supporter, special thanks to Department of Livestock Production under Vietnam Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Thank you to all attendees also here. We will continue to organize more industry webinar in livestock series event. Please stay tuned and visit Asia Livestock Hub for more information on our upcoming program. Thank you and have a good day.